The desire of every human being is to be remembered, honored, and recognized for their sacrifice and contributions to the society. The contributions and services of late Chief Paul Sunday Achimugu to the Nigerian society is extraordinary, especially in the cotton, textile, and garment subsector. As a textile expert whose expertise ranks above all others in Nigeria, the Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation is being launched to immortalize him and continue his benevolent activities.
He was a man of many parts. He spent most of his adult life in the textile industry. In fact, he joined the textile industry about a decade after the first textile firm was established in Kaduna. I think the first was established about 1957, and I think also he joined the textile industry about 1968, maybe some 11 years after. He dominated the industry all his life, the entire value chain, from the farming, cultivation of cotton itself, to the ginning, and of course the textile firm. He was the vice chairman of Arewa Textiles Limited.
Born on the 10th of December 1944 at Ida in present-day Kogi State, late Chief Paul Sunday Achimugu attended Kwaibo Mission Primary School, Ida, from 1951 to 1952, and later St. George's Anglican Primary School, Zaria, from 1952 to 1959. From 1960 to 1966, he proceeded to St. Paul's College, Usasa, Zaria, and afterward to the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University from 1967 to 1968 for a diploma in accountancy course. Paul Sunday Achimugu, amongst other things, attended advanced training programs at Boroughs Training School, South End, United Kingdom, for a computer program in 1971, and Kosan Training and Productivity Centers, Osaka, Japan in 1972 and 1981 respectively for management and entrepreneurship development programs. Late Chief Paul Sunday Achimugu's working career began as a teacher at Government Technical College, Ida, from where he moved to Arewa Textiles Limited, Kaduna, as an accountant from 1968 to 1970, and later manager, Arewa Textiles Limited, Lagos office. In 1978, he was appointed Commissioner, Trade, Industries and Cooperative in Old Benue State, and reappointed Commissioner, Finance and Economic Planning from 1978 to 1980. In 1981, he returned to Arewa Textiles Limited as Assistant General Manager and successively rose to become the Executive Director Commercial, Arewa Textiles Limited in 1982, General Manager and Director, Arewa Textiles 1985, and subsequently Executive Vice Chairman, Arewa Textiles Limited. On the 2nd of August 2021, the Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation, PMA, was launched to continue the philanthropic activities of late Chief Paul Sunday Achimugu, a foremost textile guru in Nigeria.
My late father was very philanthropic, but very quiet on it. He wasn't given to, for instance, he didn't have a foundation that, that he used as a platform for being or empowering his community and people around him. One thing he was very passionate about was education, and I know that in his lifetime he sponsored a lot of young men and women to school, paying their school fees and stuff like that. I also know that, at least the community, he was able to get involved with the community, and that's anyway to assist, with providing running water and things like that. You know, those basic needs that for health considerations, and also employment. So an area that he really also impacted on the lives of individuals. Using the platform of Arwa Textiles PLC in Kaduna, where he was responsible for employment of a lot of young men and women. A lot of them ended up, you know, and of course going to night school and doing well for themselves, you know. So it was really an opportunity for people to raise funds, you know, to be able to fund their education on their own.
Chief P.S. Achimugu was chairman and member of boards of numerous notable organizations, such as chairman of defunct Eagle Bank Limited, Kogi State Investment Company, president Nigeria-Japan Association, and also president Overseas Spinning and Investment Company, Japan, amongst others. Also, as part of immortalizing his legacies, the Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation provides humanitarian services in the area of healthcare, education, and empowerment in the establishment of small-scale industries to indigent individuals in the rural areas across Nigeria.
What better way than to continue along that trajectory, you know? That's why the foundation idea came to play. And what better time than to launch and honor my late father, if not for such a time as this, you know. So it is established, you know, to carry on his legacies as far as I'm concerned, you know, philanthropic work.
The PMA Foundation has endowed a professorial chair in the Department of Polymer and Textile Engineering at the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria.
The Ahmadu Bello University was solely responsible, or rather the first university to establish a textile department. My late father also attended the Ahmadu Bello University, and we looked at, okay, you know, this sector that I happen to be playing in at the moment as well, and obviously it's a passion that I got from the influence of my late father.
In a memorandum of understanding signed on the 2nd of August 2021 at Chelsea Hotel by the Vice-Chancellor Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, in the person of Professor Kabir Bala, who represented the university, and the president of Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation, Chief Dr. Anibe Achimugu. Both parties agreed to deepen research in the CTG through collaborations.
Today's event is very, very auspicious. It is a day to mark in the history of Ahmadu Bello University's area. You know, we have the largest agri-complex in this country in any university. And we have a special research project on cotton. We also have the Department of Textiles. So you can see that this chair will go a long way in enhancing our research in the textile business. I said the agri-sector because it is usually very, very useful to have collaborative research. So we have all of them in the university. We have the agri, we have the engineering, and we have the garment section, all in the university. So this, to say, it's an understatement to say that this is a very important event in the history of ABU. Is actually very, very auspicious, and I'm most delighted. I expect this collaboration, this chair, this research project to contribute to that objective.
It's a great achievement. In fact, Anibe Achimugu is a true son of his father. I worked with the father for about 15 years, and that the three major passion of the father is education, health, and industrialization, as far as to my base of belief. And this shows that the son is a true son because he's trying to fulfill the goal of the father. The university has three roles. One, teaching, research, and community service. So this endowment will fulfill the three issues.
In the partnership, PMA Foundation will award scholarship to indigent students and offer prizes to best graduating students. PMA Foundation is well aware of the importance of research in the development of a nation, as no country can survive in the 21st century without committing resources to research and development. Thus, the collaboration between the foundation and Ahmadu Bello University, which requires taking advantage of the brains in the university to deepen research, improve on scholarship, and grow the national economy. It is our conviction that the memory of late Chief Paul Sunday Achimugu shall live on through this foundation.
I stand before you all with great respect and humility for your esteemed presence at this special occasion of the first edition of the Paul Sunday Achimugu CTG Annual Lecture Series under the umbrella of the Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation. This foundation was established in honor of my late father, Chief Dr. Paul Sunday Achimugu, a man who spent over 43 years of his life in the cotton, textile, and garment sector of Nigeria. His passion and zeal for the CTG sector were remarkable, extending even beyond that to beyond the commodity to employment, human development, and community service. Since its establishment, the PMA Foundation has been carrying out its legacies, first through collaboration with Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where a professorial chair was established in the Department of Polymer and Textile Engineering to deepen the link of research to the CTG sector. Hence, within the foundation is a think tank group comprising of seasoned representatives from the CTG sector who will effectively integrate present and future research from the university and diffuse same among stakeholders within the value chain. The collaboration with ABU also provides scholarship to 5 undergraduate and/or graduate students and a cash prize for the best graduating student in the Department of Polymer and Textile Engineering. In addition, and in line with Chief Dr. Paul Sunday Achimugu's human development passion, the foundation has partnered with the Eco Udama Club and Igala Socio-Cultural Association to sponsor 3 pupils from each local government area of Kogi East, from primary school level to the university level. The Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation was launched on the 2nd of August 2021 here in Abuja. Therefore, we are effectively celebrating the foundation's first year anniversary. Today's Paul Sunday Achimugu CTG Lecture 2022 is organized by the Cotton, Textile, and Garment CTG Think Tank Group in collaboration with Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, with active support from Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation. The PSA CTG Lecture Series is a product of a well-thought-out strategy to further the objectives of the CTG Think Tank Group in deliberately creating synergy amongst the sector players, as well as supporting the sustainable revival of this critical sector of Nigeria's economy. One prominent revival tool identified by the CTG think tank is the establishment of a CTG Development Council, and we're actively advocating for that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that there is a great task ahead of us stakeholders in this sector. Before late 90s, cotton was grown in abundance in Nigeria, and cotton being sold to the textile industries to produce garments that flooded our markets and those of other African countries. The CTG sector then was the second largest employer of labor after the federal government. However, this is no longer the case with the sector today. To the generations of 30 years of age and below, the success of the CTG sector in the past will sound like a fairy tale.
Despite various government interventions, the sector is still at a staggered, snail-paced growth. While we will continue to acknowledge and appreciate the political will of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, which gave a revival mandate to the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, who in turn, for the first time, pursued passionately the revival of the sector using the value chain approach. The deliberate efforts of the federal government through the CBN and its partners, Bank of Industry, Unity Bank, Keystone Banks, input suppliers, and service providers are indeed commendable and a step in the right direction. This must be encouraged to continue. Rome was not built in a day, as the saying goes. The industries within the value chain still face challenges of low or lack of access to electricity, high cost of alternative power, high cost of inputs, bad roads, outdated machinery and equipment, just to mention a few, all of which leads to high cost of production. Consequently, investors no longer consider Nigeria's CTG sector worthy of investment. The preferred choices are now Kenya, Ethiopia, Madagascar, to mention a few. Our country has now become only good for market purposes, where textile products from other African countries and Asia flood our markets. As long as we allow these conditions to persist, industrialization, job, and wealth creation will never be achieved except through our determined collective efforts. The topic of today's lecture, repositioning the cotton, textile, and garment sector as the engine of growth for the Nigerian economy, is apt, especially in light of the activation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which we must guide against becoming a dumping ground for textile products. And in addition, the selection of His Excellency Comrade Adams Adniru Oshomole as a guest speaker is spot on, and I'm optimistic that his paper will further lend a significant voice to the needed and critical rebirth of Nigeria's CTG sector. Once again, I welcome you all to this first PSA CTG Lecture 2022, and thank you most sincerely for honoring our invitation in spite of our national security challenges. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highness, the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, the Vice Chancellor and his colleagues from ABU Zaria, the very distinguished guests here present, ladies and gentlemen, I have a written message from His Royal Majesty. But let me say that he is present, even though I'm representing him. The protocol we have in the ancient kingdom is that after His Royal Majesty, the next level is His Royal Councillors. And I am one of them. And on appointment, you are given this. You never use it until he sends you out. And because he sent me out, I'm using it, and therefore he's here. We welcome you all most warmly to the first lecture of the Paul Sunday Achimugu Cotton Textile Garment Annual Lecture Series. We have heroes only when we recognize them. If we do not, we miss out on social lighthouses. It is heartwarming to gather and honor late Chief Paul Sunday Achimugu today. He is a worthy son of the kingdom. In fact, he's the kingdom's foremost industrialist. In the booming and competitive years of the CTG sector, Chief Paul was a leader and a star. The focus of our lecture is both symbolic and a necessity, given the unhealthy state of our economy. The CTG sector used to be the second employer of labor after the public service. The sector is now a mirror of itself. We believe that with the required effort, it can bounce back and even become the #1 employer of labor. Our prayer and hope are that our gathering today will generate sufficient political momentum to give us a reviewed CTG sector. Before I end, he asked me to bless Chief Achimugu for honoring his father. And I can't cite him now. Well, I bless you. He says he wishes you long life, you will prosper, and you will do all your heart desires. Finally, may the Lord God Almighty bless you all and grant you journey mercies back to your destinations. Thank you.
As part of furthering the objectives of Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation, PMA, the foundation has evolved a think tank group to develop strategies and ideas and propose solutions to critical issues around the CTG sector. Also, as part of its mandate, the think tank group has been acting as a functional linkage among the key players such as the academia, industry, foundation, and decision makers in the country. More importantly, the think tank group, CTG, is a collection of industry players who are out to revive and restore the glory of the CTG and its roles in job creation, employment, and investment.
The Paul and Mary Achimugu PMA Foundation is sponsoring the Cotton Textile Think Tank, CTG Think Tank. And the think tank, an association which consists of industry professionals, industry players, academicians.
And I beat my chest to say that the participation of cotton in the CTG, in the Uncle Boras program, was the first that took the value chain approach into consideration. In other words, when they were thinking of funding the farmers, they actually also were thinking of funding the ginning companies, the textile companies, the garmenters, and bringing the uniform services, the military, police, civil defense, and bringing them to sign our MOU, saying that they will source their uniform fabrics from Nigerian cotton, yes, made from Nigerian cotton, and by Nigerian textile companies. I mean, that was just a game changer.
A lot of researches are done, patented, and the industries don't commercialize the results of this research. This is one of the areas in which the CTG would also be looking into, where when they come up with results of research that are commercially viable, those of us who are players in the industry will be able to pick it up and put this into practice.
The foundation was designed to intervene in the lives of Nigerians. One, the foundation is ready to assist farmers. To assist farmers in the sense that they give farmers inputs, like a good seed, like fertilizer, like insecticide, and what have you. So this is what the foundation is preparing to do, to see how it plays its role in the Nigerian farmers.
I know Sunday Achimugu supported so many people into the business, including support to cotton growers like myself. He encouraged me to own my farmland, to acquire, and got some support, advice from him to produce. So I went into production of cotton and within my farm, and I engaged other farmers to play the same role. The foundation is going to support the farmers with good and viable seed and fertilizers and other inputs with other necessary support that will make the farmers feel happy to produce at economic cost.
The endowment of a professorial chair in the Department of Polymer and Textile Engineering, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, a professor had been appointed for that. Then scholarship is going to be awarded to 5 underprivileged students of the department. And the third one is that the PMA Foundation is also collaborating with the university by giving an academic prize to the best graduating student in the Department of Polymer and Textile Engineering. The PMA Foundation is also collaborating with Iko Udama Socio-Cultural Group in Igala land by the cooperation between this social group is to fund 3 pupils each from all the local government areas of Kogi East.
Some of the think tank members are Chief Anibe Achimugu. Chief Anibe is the MD and CEO of Arewa Cotton and Allied Products Limited and President, National Cotton Association of Nigeria, NACOTAN. He holds a BSc in accounting from the prestigious University of Jos, Plateau State, Nigeria, and a master's degree in business administration from Southern Cross University, Australia. He is currently pursuing a Doctor of Business Administration program in the same university. Mr. Amodu Achema. Amodu Achema is currently the Deputy General Manager of Arewa Cotton and Allied Products Limited, a graduate of Political Science from the University of Maiduguri, and a master's degree holder in International Affairs and Diplomacy from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Mr. Achema has an active service in the CTG subsector that goes beyond 30 years, and with studies on the Songhai farms in Benin Republic and Asia rice value chain in Thailand. He is also a 2016 USDA Cochrane Fellow, University of Missouri, USA. Engineer Mukhtar I. Salau. Mukhtar Salau is an engineering graduate of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, a seasoned engineer and employee of Dangote Ginin Company since 1990 to date, where he is a seasoned engineer and an employee of Dangote Ginin Company since 1990 to date, where he is the COO. A consultant to most active gineries in Nigeria such as ABL Industries, Funtua, and Katsina Oil Mill. He is also the major client to Talmis Oil Mill in Kano. Mr. Felix Egbanumu. Mr. Felix Egbamuno is a seasoned businessman and a cinematographer graduate of BBC College, London. He produced and directed several national television network documentaries, especially in the oil and gas sector. He was the producer of NNPC-sponsored oil and gas magazine TV program Petroleum Perspective, which was transmitted weekly on 21 TV stations spread across Nigeria and ran for 10 years. He also worked as a consultant to the NNPC for over 22 years in information dissemination via the electronic media. Currently, Mr. Felix has considerable investment in Femro 3 Nigeria Limited and serves as Executive Chairman and Chairman of South Platinum Limited. Professor Olufemi Kashim Somuno. Professor Somuno is a retired university professor of fibers and polymers with several academic and scholarly publications in books and peer-reviewed journals. He is currently engaged as a technical consultant, National Cotton Association of Nigeria, NACOTAN. Professor Umaru Semo Ishaku. Professor Ishaku has been teaching at the Department of Polymer and Textile Engineering at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria from 2010 to date. He was formerly an associate professor at the University of Science in Malaysia from 1994 to 2002, and a professor at Kyoto Institute of Technology, Japan from 2002 to 2006. He has published more than 150 journal articles with 8 textbook chapters and 1 patent. He has also supervised and graduated more than 50 MSc and PhDs. A former consultant to UNDP and UNIDO in Zambia and Liberia. Professor S.C.O. Obolue is a retired professor of polymer science and textile technology and former Deputy Vice Chancellor at the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. He served as a pioneer head of Department of Textile Science and Technology, ABU Zaria. He also served and retired as Professor of Materials and Textiles from the University of Massachusetts. He also served and retired as Professor of Materials and Textiles from the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth, USA. A holder of several U.S. patents and a consultant to polymer and textile industries. Professor A. Giwa. Professor Giwa is a professor of textile science and technology and immediate past head of Department of Polymer and Textile Engineering at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He obtained his BSc, MSc, and PhD in Textile Science and Technology from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He has been studying, teaching, researching, and presenting papers on the complete gamut of cotton, textile, and garment value chains, problems, and prospects. He has attended 48 national and international conferences and workshops where he was involved in the issues and policies that affect CTG value chain. At present, he has 102 publications in professional and university referred journals. Honorable Sadiq Abubakar. Honorable Sadiq is an educationist who served as a classroom teacher up to principal and retired after 35 years. He was once a commissioner of agriculture in Sokoto State from 2004 to 2007, an astute farmer who engages in multiple crops like maize, rice, and cotton. Honorable Sadiq is a national executive member of NACOTAN. Chief Dr. Paul Sunday Achimugu, while alive, was a recognized leader who contributed value and also made lives of other people better. The core essence of the foundation is for it to serve as a vehicle through which lives are touched, while upholding the legacies of Chief Achimugu in business and humanitarian deeds. In just 12 months after its inauguration, the group is hosting its maiden CTG Think Tank annual lecture series, the first Paul Sunday Achimugu Lecture 2022, with the theme Repositioning the CTG sector as the engine of growth for the Nigerian economy, to be presented by His Excellency Comrade Adams Aliu Oshomole.
He is eminently qualified to be the guest speaker because he is one of the pioneers in the textile subsector of the CTG. He also is a pioneer labor leader rising to the position of the Nigerian Labour Congress president. In addition to that, he became the governor of Edo State and also an astute politician. And the CTG sector is one of the most important sectors, in the industrial arena in Nigeria. And he's bringing a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, which he can speak to us so that this sector will move forward positively.
In what has been described as the homecoming of a general and a gathering of like minds who are determined to restore Nigeria's place in the CTG sector, it is hoped that today's lecture will usher in a new revolution for the CTG sector in Nigeria.
Your Excellency, my senior brother Adam Oshomole, Your Royal Highness, Ata of Igala, represented ably here by a member of his senior council, honorable ministers, Vice Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to this great event in honor of one of our greatest sons, particularly when it touches on one of the foremost aspects of our national development and economy, the textile and garment industry in Nigeria. And that is the first anniversary lecture in honor of late Paul Sunday Achimugu. I hasten here to tell both the Master of Ceremony and His Royal Highness the Ata of Igala that we, the people of Zazzau Emirate, consider Paul Sunday Achimugu as our own son because he lived the best part of his life in Kaduna and Zaria. The best part of, in fact, 2/3 of his life was spent within our emirate, so he is more of our son than yours. As I stand here, I represent His Royal Highness, the Emir of Zazzau, Ambassador Ahmed Nuhu Gomali. But I find it difficult on such occasions to limit my personal commitment to my emirate given my experiences in public service. And having been a Federal Permanent Secretary, I hasten to state that the spirit of this public lecture is one of the best services that the Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation can hand over to the federal government in view of the challenges, economic challenges facing this nation and that has been facing this nation in the past 30 decades. Just like Mr. Anibe said in his lecture, which I please want to have a copy to deliver to His Royal Highness, any Nigerian of 30 years and below would think that the stories of the flourishing garment, textile and garment industry, particularly in northern Nigeria, and the number of employment that that industry had taken in those years was a mirage. Before our own eyes, our textile farmers, cotton farmers in northern Nigeria in particular, are dwindling and they are leaving the industry. In our own eyes, our gineries are closing down. In our own eyes, Arewa Textile, Kaduna Textile Limited, Kano Textile Limited, Northern Nigeria Textile Limited, all of them have shut down in our own eyes when we are still living. Of course, several governments have come and gone, and some of them have done their efforts to revive the industry. Is it electricity? There was an effort to give electricity to Kaduna through the establishment of the now moribund gas turbines that were placed there. I don't think they are talking about it anymore. The purpose of establishing that power plant was to feed the textile industries in Kaduna and revive them. Before our own eyes, that effort has been shut down. We exercised, to be candid, our misgiving when they said there was going to be established a gas plant to provide power for the textile industries in Kaduna. We said it can't happen. Simple example, we have the NNPC refinery, Kaduna. They would not allow the crude to flow there. Where are you going to get the LPG that will fill that plant, the power plant? So this mirage is going on. We hope the succeeding governments will do better because we have proven abundant gas, natural gas in the north, that industries in the northern part of this country can tap on. All we need to do is to find investors that can harness and tap this gas, which is in abundance, to provide electricity to at least the northern part of this Nigeria for its industrialization. That is true. In our own eyes, in our own generation, during our own lifetime, we have the partakers of Kaduna, which is a dumping ground for second-hand textile material, for second-hand garments. Second-hand garments have become the in thing in this country. We are not only a dumping ground for textile, we are a dumping ground for second-hand lingeries from Europe and other places. It's a shame. It's a big shame. So, ladies and gentlemen, this anniversary lecture is most welcome. The Emirate of Zazzau identifies with the spirit and purpose of the Mary and Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation, and we commend the effort of Mr. Anibe Achimugu for sustaining the vision and mission of this foundation, and we can only hope the best for him and for this foundation. I want to also call on those of us that are still in government to please consider seriously the suggestion made by Mr. Anibe for the establishment of a CTG council, if it would help, because we have so many councils and commissions and bodies in Nigeria who are just there and with their employees taking salary, and the purpose and mission of these commissions are not being pursued. Please, those in government should call the attention of those whose attention is needed, that these aspects of our economy that need special attention are the ones to be pursued and funded, not losses. Thank you so very much.
Excellencies, our royal fathers of the day, Honorable Minister of State, Minister of Finance, Vice Chancellor Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on existing protocols. I stand here before you to read a speech on behalf of my principal, the presidential candidate of New Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, Engineer, Distinguished Senator Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, who was here and waited for like an hour, but regrettably he had to leave for another engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited to be in your midst today and to share my thoughts with you about one of the most important sectors of our economy, the cotton, garment, and textile industry. It is very important for a number of reasons. It has one of the most extensive value chains and therefore the capacity to provide decent employment for millions of Nigerians. It can also fight poverty, generate foreign exchange earnings, as well as boosting manufacturing and the overall performance of the economy. From cotton seed management to cotton production, to spinning, to weaving and knitting, to dyeing, printing and designing, the cotton, garment and textile value chains is rich with opportunities for citizens across social ladders. While our textile industry used to be the third largest in Africa in the late 70s and early 80s, while our textile industries also used to be the second largest employer of labor in the country, second only to government, a combination of a number of factors have conspired to make Nigeria's garment and textile industry a shadow of its former self. We cannot ignore the fact that crisis in the textile industry is a major contributor to unemployment and the growing poverty in our country, Nigeria. If we are to revamp this industry, we need to understand the factors that are responsible for its decline. A number of experts have conducted a series of studies on the crisis in the textile industry in Nigeria. Some of the factors identified as responsible for the decline include inconsistent government policies, inadequate power supply, and high cost of energy, obsolete machinery and decaying infrastructure, smuggling of foreign textile products, insecurity, and the worst, corruption. It is important to remind this august gathering that while all these and many other factors will continue to be listed as the cause of decline of the industry, there are two particular ones that are worthy to be singled out as. Number one, the abandoning of the periodic national development plan. Agriculture in general and the garment and textile industry in particular are major beneficiaries of the national development plans that previous governments were following with strong favor. The first national development plan was launched in May 1962 and lasted up to the end of 1967 and 68 financial year. The second national development plan was launched in April 1970 with 5 principal national objectives, one of which was to promote and grow the textile and other associated manufacturing industries of Nigeria. The third one was launched in March 1975, and the fourth was launched in January 1981, reaffirming that the overriding aim of our development efforts remains that of bringing about an improvement in the living conditions of our people. Abandoning the periodic national development plan is largely responsible for inconsistent government policies in the sector, lack of government support, and so on and so forth. Since the focus has changed from national, regional, or community development to the empowerment of individual elites, this has to change if we are to make any meaningful headway. The reinstituting of the 5-year development plan and the implementation of it with sincerity and competence is necessary. Number 2, World Trade Organization Agreement on Textile and Clothing. In April 1994, the World Trade Organization included negotiation and signed the agreement on textile and clothing in Uruguay. Economists across the world believe that ATC is a major contributor to the collapse of textile industries in many developing countries, including Nigeria. The ATC succeeded in creating a near monopoly for textile industries by one country, like China. The export value of China's textile and garment industry, for example, amounts to more than 60% of the world's total worth of the textile market. Signatories to the ATC need to renegotiate it and protect the growing economies like ours in Nigeria. Let me not finish without mentioning what we did in Kano when I was governor to support the development and revamping of the decaying garment industry. We established garment factories in each of the 44 local government areas with a total investment of about $11 million. So what we did in each local government, we set up the industry, built it, equipped it with new machineries bought at the cost of $250,000 each. The essence of this is to harness the opportunities locally and create employment in the state. We will tap into that insider knowledge to have better understanding of the challenges so as to continue to fine-tune our proposed policies. In the end, we must all agree that this is a very important sector and must be back to its feet and must be given the chance to support the growth and development of the country in the overall interest of our citizens. Thank you very much for listening.
Your Royal Highnesses, the professors, especially the Vice Chancellor, captains of industries, the cotton and garment industries, and all protocol observed. Well, I wouldn't like to say too much other than to tell you, the younger generation, that we have failed you. All of us 60 and above who held government position, who are politicians, we have failed you. Well, I didn't introduce myself because I'm also a failure in the aviation industry. I'm 76, and we started flying 66. Achimugu and myself, my name is Captain Jonathan Ibrahim, airline captain, not military. I would have been a retired general or take over the country by now. So 60, we started with Chief Achimugu in St. Paul's College. But my president of the St. Paul's College is supposed to talk of the All Boys Association, which is Professor Obadu. That's old age. I'm beginning to have dementia myself. He's here with us, and our senior in the school is here with us. And I saw one colleague of mine who came to HSC, Harun Adamu, sitting in front, and he left me behind. And I taught him how to be educated and civilized in Musasa. He came from the village. So Achimugu and myself have been very close in St. Paul's College. And what I noticed with Achimugu, he's reserved. He's like a loner. And in sports, he was doing the long distance. That is endurance. I didn't know his mission. But when we graduated, I went to the civil aviation industry. That's to be a pilot. He went to ABU. As I was aware, his father, which is the grandchildren of the Achimugus, was having shares in Arewa Textiles when we were small. I was aware of that. And I think the father was training him to take over from him. So he went and did the right thing, accounting, business, studies, and the rest of it, and came and took over, rather came and worked in the textile industry with the hope he would grow into it and hold the shares of the father. 72, I went to Nigerian Airways. Sorry. Okay. I said, well, I failed them, and I don't blame them driving me out of the stage. So please, Achimugu the son, I'm proud of you. And I hope my son who took over piloting from me will do that of aviation. So may God bless you, and may God guide you, the younger generation. I wondered, what is your future, the younger ones? But now I can see God in His wisdom is raising up a new generation that will not steal, lie, and deceive the Nigerians. Thank you.
I'm supposed to be a discussant of the presentation, but let me adopt all the existing recognitions. But in a special way, I would like to recognize Your Royal Highness, ably represented, Royal Highnesses, ably represented. Then our guest speaker, my mentor, my leader, the former governor of Edo State, the Comrade Governor Adams Aliyu Shomule MNI, the Honorable Minister for Planning, and of course the Vice Chancellor of my alma mater, Ahmadu Bello University. Once again, I would like to join all those who have spoken to appreciate my brother, Chief Anibe Achimugu, for keeping the flag flying of our mentor, our leader, the late Chief Achimugu. And I brought to you special greetings from the Michael Achimugu National Institute for Labor Studies in Ilorin, of which I'm currently the Director General. And reading the profile of the foundation, the new foundation which you have set up, and very timely, the PMA Foundation. I think we'd like to partner with this foundation so that we can also reproduce more chiefs in our institute. As a matter of fact, we have an enterprise youth skill development unit, and it would be nice that we work together with your foundation so that we catch them young, so that we make successes out of them, not failures. But it's clear that Chief Achimugu represented enterprise, dignity of labor, productivity. I mean, looking at his profile, he lived on dignity of his labor. And you could see that both as a state actor, I never knew this before, Comrade Shomule, I didn't even know that he was a commissioner, in the old Benue state, But you could see his profile as a statesman as well as non-state actor. One thing has been constant with Chief Achimugu is value addition. The need to add value for nation building. So all I want to say is that we're here to be with you, to also partner with you effectively. But let me also add my voice to the need to do everything possible to revive the cotton, textile, and garment sector. Of course, I'm also a product of that. Again, I think we need another day so that we can celebrate Chief Achimugu very well. Because possibly without him, I wouldn't have met Comrade Adams Shomole, who himself was one of the pioneer workers in the Arewa textile. And through his union activities, of course, you know the story of Comrade Adams Shomole. He became the General Secretary of one of the most vibrant unions in Africa, National Union of Textile, Garment and Tailoring Workers of Nigeria. From there, he became two-time president of Nigerian Labour Congress, and of course, you know very well. From there, he became the governor of Edo. And it was while he was in textile, he also became deputy president of NSC. We can be on and on, but that's how I met Comrade Adams Shomole. And I was in NSC that time, and he persuaded me to come to join the textile union in Kaduna. And he told me, you have all the theories on unionism, but come and see practical unionism. And I will recollect that one of those major first outings I had as a unionist was with Comrade Adams in Arewa Textile, where we were struggling to address the plight of workers. And one thing was clear, Chief Achimugu has been a very strong supporter of the need for full employment, the need to support the workers in terms of their pay and their remunerations. Despite the challenges that we had that time, we have always been having a problem of electricity, smuggling. Chief Achimugu stood his ground, to the end, almost to the end, without retrenching the workers. Even at the time, it was quite difficult, for the company to survive. So I want to say today, the best way to honor Chief is for us to reaffirm commitment to reindustrialize Nigeria. So I think the major, real lower hanging fruit is to quickly have emergency to revive this textile mill so that we keep this youth, properly engaged. I will also suggest that we implement some of those existing good initiatives that have been in place. One of them is Executive Order 003, which President Buhari signed, which says that we must patronize locally produced. CBN has done very well to bring uniform agencies, the police, the army, so that they buy local fabrics. I think we need to make sure we push that policy to its logical conclusion. I was just reading the controversy over the uniforms or the sporting kit of our athletes in Birmingham. And the discussion in the newspaper is about how we started late. We are not even discussing who produced those sporting kits. I felt quite scandalized in 2022. Nigeria cannot produce just sporting wear for our own children, and we have to go to a company in UK, one MG company. I think we must walk the talk. Many textile factories, garment producer can produce. Jaffa is here, you will be able to say that I think we have enough to produce that locally. And with that one, we can generate a lot of jobs. School uniforms, we must make it as a matter of priority so that we not only consume what we produce, but we must also produce what we, as much as possible, produce. So on this note, I just want to say that all we need to do is to return back to the basics, to make sure that we stop exporting raw materials, stop exporting cotton when you can weave, spin them, turn them to fabric. Stop exporting crude oil and then importing petroleum products. It doesn't make sense. You can't develop that way. The only way we can get out of this crisis is beneficiation, production as much as possible. And with that one, we can generate a lot of jobs. Nigeria is spending $4 billion annually to import textile materials to this country, which, as Royal Highness says, also now includes second-hand. You know better. In those days, in Yoruba, my mother used to say, they call it bosikoro. It used to be in darkness. We buy the nice bosikoro, but they buy openly. So I think you can imagine if we can produce what we wear, we can save $4 billion, foreign exchange, and that will impact on the value of the naira. And this is the way to go. Once again, it's a pleasure that Comrade Hamsi said. I feel quite privileged. I thought I would discuss your paper, but he himself is a living paper, and I think he will tell the story more as a former textile worker. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Let me first specially recognize my boss. I am his fruit from the tree, Comrade Adams Aliyu Shomole, the former chairman of the APC, former governor of Edo State, and two-time president of the Nigerian Labour Congress. For want of time, please permit me to stand on the already very well-established protocols. I am delighted to make these few remarks on this auspicious occasion. It is even the more helpful to society when it has been disclosed that a foundation established not just in his memory, but also in honor of his life partner, Mrs. Mary Achimugu, will primarily focus on health, education, and empowerment. This reminds me of our own foundation, the Clemagba Foundation, established by my wife and I in 2014, in memory of my late mother, who died from complications related to hepatitis infection, which went undiagnosed for several years. Today, the Clemagba Foundation has rendered hepatitis public enlightenment campaigns, free screening and free vaccination of at-risk individuals to thousands of Nigerians. As a kind-hearted Nigerian who touched many lives while he was alive, I am not surprised that a befitting recognition is coming the way of late Chief Dr. Paul Sunday Achimugu, as throughout his life, he remained steadfast in his benevolent and humanitarian activities, especially in the areas of touching the lives of the downtrodden, uplifting the lives of so many indigent people, and the development of rural communities. I'm very proud that the empowerment of the less privileged is part of the focus of this foundation. This resonates with the policy thrust of His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, which is centered on lifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in 10 years. A while ago, while the representative of His Excellency Kwakwanso spoke, he talked about national development planning and that it has since been abandoned. And he also talked about the need for reinventing it. Yes, I agree with you that in the past it was abandoned, but one of my three main focal areas while I was made the minister responsible for planning was to first bring back our planning and then focus on our budgets and ensure that the budget cycle changes and is definite from January to December. And the third for me was reinforcement of our national monitoring and evaluation. First, we have been able to change the budget cycle. The last 3 years, it has been on time, and I believe that this year too, we are going to submit the budget proposal on time to the National Assembly so that it can also be passed for a January to December implementation. The second focal area is the issue of planning. And I'm also glad that His Excellency, Mr. President, has launched the National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. It is truly national because it wasn't developed by the federal government. It was developed by a diversity of Nigerians, the sub-nationals, the youths, the labor unions, the organized private sector. And this was, of course, driven by the organized private sector because we realize that when you look at the Nigerian economy today, 92% of GDP is from the private sector. So of course, those who wear the shoes know where it pinches, so it's better that you allow them to drive the process of the plan. And that is why we have Atedo Peterside lead in the development of the current National Development Plan. A lot of sectors have been broken, not just the textile sector. And so, in the past couple of years, we've tried to push Nigeria away from over-dependence on oil, and haven't successfully diversified the economy, no longer so dependent on oil. The vision for the plan is to unlock the opportunities in the various sectors of the economy. And of course, the CTG sector is not left out of this. Yeah, I heard a while ago when His Royal Highness also spoke, he talked about the provision of gas plant in Kaduna to power the textile industry, and that also was a failure. We recognize the importance of energy, and we also recognize the fact that Nigeria is rich and has abundant sunlight. And so, one of the ways that we intend to take power quickly to several areas is the provision of off-grid power, which the plan really speaks to. Because often at times you find that we have problems with transmission. The way it is currently, just like in the oil industry, in the power industry you have the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. And we have concentrated a lot of efforts in the upstream, that in terms of power generation. And our transmission is not able to carry all that we are able to produce. And what still is the downstream, where we have the discos. They are unable to take everything that transmission can deliver. And I also see that with the cotton, textile, and garment industry. They are also in upstream, where you have the cotton production itself, midstream textile production, and then the downstream, the garment production. I am also in the garment industry. My wife runs an outfit that has been on for 30 years, and we manufacture clothes. But the problem is we are not having the materials to do it. And of course, those textile materials are banned from coming in. So there is a huge challenge. It's like that of the chicken and the egg. Which one should come first? You know, so you concentrate on the upstream, and then you have the materials to deliver, and then you don't have the downstream to work on it. I think that we need to focus and start from the downstream and build the demand, and then put a lot of attention on the midstream, and also encourage us in the upstream area. The Nigerian cotton, textile, and garment sector holds huge potentials to transforming Nigeria's economy and reviving the textile and garment industries by creating over 2 million jobs, improve internal revenue across the 3 tiers of government, and reduce billions of dollars on importation costs incurred annually on textile and apparel. This will reduce the pressure on foreign exchange and ultimately accelerate industrial development by making Nigeria a global player in the textile and apparel sectors. Late Chief Dr. Paul Achimugu's achievements in the textile industry stands very tall, and the invitation of His Excellency, the indefatigable Comrade Adams Aliyu Shomole, MNI CON, a former textile industry activist and a former president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, to deliver the very first lecture titled Repositioning the Cotton, Textile and Garment Sector as the Engine of Growth for the Nigerian Economy, is a fitting testimony of late Chief Dr. Achimugu's life trajectory. As pregnancy is insuppressible, so is a good man. His good works, his kind and large heart, and his accomplishments. Chief Dr. Achimugu wore no air and exuded none. Indeed, he was as simple as air itself. He had a calm ambience that belied his watchers, yet the more he tried to remain unassuming by avoiding the spotlight, the more his selfless service to humanity and God became evident. These are the very reasons we are celebrating his life and legacies today. I
I want to say here too that I'm very willing to get my economic growth department work with the PMA think tank and the CTG group to see how we can evolve policies and what we need to do to get things going. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in order to truly immortalize late Chief Dr. Paul Sunday Achimugu, we must constantly be in the business of repositioning the cotton, textile, and garment sector to be among the sectors that contribute the most to our GDP. As you may be aware, the present administration's enforcement of Executive Order 003 on support of local content in procurement by MBAs is a clarion call to revive the Nigerian cotton, textile, and garment industry, which will in turn contribute immensely to our already diversified Nigerian economy and create jobs for our teeming population. To attain self-sufficiency in cotton production, with a view to serving the textile and garment segments of the value chain with quality inputs, our plan targets importance of the value chain of textile by the year 2025. This can be achieved and even surpassed with the cooperation of all textile industry players. I thank you all for your attention. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic.
Comrade Adams Aliyu Oshomole is a Nigerian, born in the year 1952 at Yamo Auchi, Edo State. After his secondary school education, young Oshomole left his hometown for a greener pasture in Kaduna State, where he got employed with Ariwa Textile Company Kaduna and was later elected Union Secretary. By 1975, Oshomole's active commitment to work and staff welfare had made him a trade union organizer, which later played out in his appointment in 1982 as General Secretary, National Union of Textile, Garment and Tailoring Workers of Nigeria, and subsequently President of the Nigerian Labour Congress. A former governor of Edo State and national chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC, Oshomole represented African workers at the global level and pursued better welfare for workers nationally and internationally. Adams Oshomole furthered his education at Ruskin College, Oxford in the United Kingdom, where he majored in economics and industrial relations. He also attended the prestigious National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, Kuru, Plateau State, and the Kennedy School of Government of Howard University. A recipient of numerous awards for his outstanding performance, Adams Aliyu Oshomole is happily married with children.
I think the only thing I can do, therefore, rather than give a keynote, because they've covered every aspect, is to just give a vote of thanks. There's nothing new that I have here that has not been covered. But let me just start by saying that what hurts me as a Nigerian, a retired captain said he was confessing. He's not a Catholic, but today he chooses to do confessions. But even we Catholics, we confess only before Reverend Fathers who are holy. We don't confess before other sinners. He confessed that, his generation have failed. I can see the pain in his heart. That just the way the textile industry collapsed, so Nigeria Airways collapsed. But even the leather industry too collapsed. Dunlop collapsed. Michelin collapsed. Leonard's collapsed. Bata collapsed. We can go on and on and on. Everything and almost anything that was being produced in Nigeria has virtually collapsed. But I've asked God to ask, how did it happen that in the 50s, the fourth generation of political leaders after independence, or just before independence, that's Ahmadu Bello, he recognized that it was stupid for Nigeria, even as a colony, to be producing cotton and exporting it to Manchester for the British man to add value and re-export it back to Nigeria. And we dress better than the British. But for Isa and I, who vertically and horizontally, we are packaged for 2 meters. The rest of you who wear Babariga, like the representative of Kano, former Kano governor and a presidential candidate, one of the very serious one, and one of Nigeria's foremost columnists, Aro Adamu. I remember his column on the governologist in the 70s or so. We wear 10 meters. And our women compete with 10 meters plus the one on the head. Now you can see all manners of designs and so on and so forth. So our consumption, the way we dress, our per capita consumption of fabric ought to be higher than the average in the world. If we assume the level of prosperity and the fact that men and women, including children, are all supposed to dress properly, not only to work but even more after work. And we have parties, we have ceremonies. Ashwebi used to be something we know in Lagos, but it's now nationwide. Just buy it for one occasion. You don't need to use it again, whether for weddings, for anniversaries, etc., etc. So if Sir Ahmadu Bello set up Kaduna Textile in 1952, so that there can be action, or responded by setting up Western Nigeria Textiles in Ikeja, which was Nigeria Textile in Ikeja. And Azikiwe helped to facilitate Aba Textile Mill in Aba, and the Midwest Prime Minister encouraged the setting up of Asaba Textile Mill in the then Midwest, competing, as you can see, political leadership at the time. We are competing not on the basis of religion, ethnicity, balancing ticket, disbalancing ticket. It was about, if you set up a textile mill, I'm going to set up two. And so from Kaduna Textiles, not initiative, regional government initiative, but the collaboration with the foreign private sector, with Nigeria providing an enabling environment to take advantage of our border human capital. Then our population was about 50 million or less. I think in the early Nigeria government then, I believe, was committed to taking advantage of our huge market. Because, you know, we call ourselves the giant of Africa only by reference to our numbers. But the value of this can only translate to prosperity if we insist that whoever wants to take advantage of our numbers should locate in Nigeria. That was the policies in the late 70s up through to late 80s, before the issue of WTO and other international trade agreement that sought to reduce Nigeria to a free trade zone. So I asked, how it come that Ahmadu Bello saw early in the 50s, and Awolowo, Azikiwe and others did that, and successively couldn't build on the initial gains of these founding fathers of Nigeria. I can't understand it. In the 1970s to 1980s, one of the major employer of labor, as I said, was the textile industry. In Kaduna, I didn't need to visit Kashim Ibrahim house, where the state governor that houses the state governor. And most businessmen didn't need to know the commissioner for works in Kaduna State. The big people were the purchasing managers, the sales managers, etc., to get LPO, local purchase order for those things they need to buy locally, and the sales manager to allocate not just bundles of textiles, if you are a dealer, or give you pieces of textiles. I know that who are buying jerry cans from empty jerry cans that they use to import chemicals like various types of acid, caustic soda, etc., etc. And the Nigerian rail system was connected to every factory. They realized the futility of carrying imported goods from Lagos by road to Kaduna, or taking finished products from Kaduna to Lagos and Kano. And so in Kaduna State, for example, in Kaduna town, there is a rail connection from Kaduna Junction to Arawa Textiles, to UNTL, to Nospin. All those factories were connected by rail. And so you didn't have to have long trucks. So we had leaders who could see through Tiboro. And I don't know how many people have PhD then, or who were addressed as engineer, Isa engineer, Mohammed engineer, Adams. But not every person is an engineer, this pharmacist, that architect, this. And yet, that forward planning, that holistic thinking has simply disappeared. So what went wrong? I think it just happened that Nigerian government successfully discovered, beginning with the military rule, that they didn't need industries for them to make money. As he applied, the retired captain. You know, you don't need taxes. And so, what the First Republic politicians saw before they were overthrown, the military government and subsequent civilian government appeared to be competing to undo everything that we inherited. As we speak today, a lot of Nigerians, if you listen to our conversations, Kwakwaso, His Excellency, a presidential candidate, His Excellency Tinubu, His Excellency Atiku, His Excellency Obi, excuse me if I can't name the rest. They are all going to talk about, and even the current government, we are going to create 100 million jobs. And we clap. May well be the development plan that I spoke to. What you will find conspicuously missing is a convincing attempt to explain how these jobs will be created. It is like once you can say it, it will be done. Government is not magic. And even miracle pastors that sex up their crowd and say, try to do as they have conversion, they know the truth. Jobs will not drop because God has mercy. Of course, God is a generous God. That is why He gave us the brain to think, and the skill, the hands to work, and the mouth to talk. So I think for Paul Mary Achimugu Foundation to identify this as a topic for conversation is something that should excite any genuine person who wants to lead Nigeria from now on. My first loyalty is to the Nigerian nation, not to a political party. Because there is no country, there will be no party. And so there is no contradiction. Yes, I was chairman of APC before I was sacked. As you can see from my narration, the threat to sack me has always been there. And only that on this occasion I couldn't resign, so the sack came and I got sacked. But my spirit has not been sacked, and it cannot be sacked. know my commitment to Nigeria. Because now I have children, they were all born in Kaduna, and that is why our family house is in Kaduna. And I even have grandchildren, lovely grandchildren. And so I can't afford the luxury of being frustrated to stop thinking and refuse to be crying over what we haven't gotten right. I will fast track my earlier statement just to speak to 2-3 things. What led to the collapse of the textile industry from the Emir of Zaria to Dr. Kwakwasu's representative and Issa Arimu and the minister? We all know it. When I was employed on April 4th, 1969, for a whole year there may be no power failure. And if then ECN was going to seize power, they give the employer 2-3 days notice that between 12 noon and 2 p.m. there will be no power. And then we, in our ignorance, we celebrate that because then we are going to be playing around and they pay us. Yeah, we are going to have 2 hours work. If you are doing what I was doing, 12 hours a day, Monday to Sunday, and now external forces compare your employer to allow you to rest for 2 hours with salary, my God, why would you celebrate it? So we used to enjoy once in a while when that happened. The same thing if the water board, Kaduna State Water Board, has technical problem that they can't supply water, they'll put the companies on notice. And so it was still possible. As the situation continued to deteriorate, employers now try to bring in generators to fill the gap of 2 hours work stoppage, etc., etc. But over time, given the situation we are in now, for those who still need use power, power is a standby. You have to run the entire system 24/7 on generator. It's absolutely impossible. And when this diesel and LPFO was affordable, the industry was still struggling because people have made huge investment. But then they were no longer able to compete with products from countries where all these other things are taken for granted. Power, water, etc. Railroad. And then there was prohibition of textile fabrics and imported products. But over time, prohibition of this product simply means that Nigeria became a duty-free country. Because since government has denied itself the right to collect revenue, because they are now contrabands, you nevertheless find them in this room. All of us are wearing this. We are probably wearing not just imported, but contraband. So government can't collect duty on what it has prohibited. But then the custom people, they become the duty collectors. And when President Obasanjo assumed office, like every president, the first few years, he was tough to enforce this prohibition. And so on the border between Nigeria and Nigeria, we have more than 2,000 trucks of various assorted textile materials. But they couldn't enter the country because the custom guys were afraid. If Nigerian officials have get the signal that they will be fired and dealt with if they don't do their job, they are capable of doing things differently. So the capacity to use the carrot and stick as defined by the government officials in various agencies affect their attitude to their work. So there was a fear that this no nonsense man is going to, so they blocked this textile fabric from coming in. And at a point they were up to 2,000 trucks. And then suddenly, and this is why I always get into trouble, one big smuggler who was a member of the then ruling party. And I think they have a way of associating with every ruling party. Because they are probably now with the APC as well. He piled pressure, and then the textile employers set up monitoring team. That is how we get the figures of trucks that are stranded at the border. And President Obasanjo decided under pressure, quote, for the last time, grant a waiver. Very dubious word that government officials use to favor some and punish others. You make a law and then you grant waiver for the law to be disobeyed without consequences. And so these 2,000 trucks came into the country, to Kano, and Kaswakore and other places, then to Aba, to Lagos, video division. They had enough to feed Nigeria textile requirement for about a year and a half or 2 years. That was the final nail. And the Nigerian textile employers told us that with the textile now dumped in Nigeria, there is no way they can survive. They are cheaper, they are mostly of inferior quality, they try to make counterfeit of UNTA product, what we used to call local Hollandese, etc., etc. And Dagote told me, comrade, with this, he has to look elsewhere. Because most Nigerians had confidence of a very promising industry. So Dagote bought over other privatization, bought over NTM in Ikeja. And he had a factory, a Tesa factory in Kano. And so, one after the other, the industries started folding up. In one of the May Day speeches, well, as president of NLC, and I saw the cap here, the clip that they showed, President Obasanjo honored our invitation on May Day, I think 2003 or thereabout. And I said to him, sir, it is unfair to turn Nigeria to a duty-free country. How can we prohibit a product, and yet this prohibited product is everywhere? It's only the custom people that cannot find it. And you go to the villa, all the ministers are wearing the contraband. Everything that is prohibited is everywhere. And I say, sir, this will be copied with, but just the duty-free right to one big smuggler who is a member of your party is very unfair. It's better to have a deregulated sector of smugglers so that everybody is, that one person bringing in so much to the collection. That was the end. And the industry, one after the other, Fintechs, for those in Kaduna, Your Highness, the man had so much, he had that level of confidence that when he bought over Nortex, he modernized it, talking about equipment, he modernized it, and take advantage of latest technology, computerized some systems, and he was expanding into aluminium, into, is that what you call this place now where they were making machine spare parts to fabricate machine tools, etc., etc. The man had to relocate to China, produce this to other duty-free, export processing zones, send them to Benin Republic. The guy who was his driver became his agent in Lagos. They put a label in Benin Republic and moved them into Nigeria under the ECO arrangement. One after the others, the Chinese relocated back, the Japanese, the Indians, the Lebanese, and so on and so forth. And today, we are net importer of all sorts of fabrics. I'm no longer content with government announcements. But there are too many announcements made, too many decisions taken that are not enforced. I've come to the conclusion that no decision is worth taking if we do not have the will to execute it. Because it's like deceiving the people to clap, and before they know it, things have gone on. The army, Nigeria, service, the Nigeria police, the civil defense, the Nigeria Air Force, all security agencies, uniform agencies. It is within the competence of government to dismiss service chiefs that refuse executive order 3. Because the man who is the same authority, he appointed them. They don't have discretion, and they should not have discretion not to obey that executive order. And each time people disobey and they go home and sleep, more people learn. And my worry is, if we don't get these guys to work, you see, I said so, those 30,000 workers or 34,000 workers in Kaduna, those in Zaria, those in Guso, those in Sharada, those in Bopai, what can they be doing now? Maybe they have become bandits. Those in Ikeja, those in Apapa, those in Isolo, you name it, those in Port Harcourt, Aba, Onitsha, General Cotton Mill. I have this textiles in my head. They are closed. So what can they be doing other than kidnapping? So I think the timing is very appropriate. And I will encourage the foundation to try to get personalized letters to all the presidential candidates. And me, as a PC member, I also make a declaration to contest for president. And I meant it then. What I said was, create
Your Excellency.
to address. First is, we have to review our relationship with WTO. Nigeria celebrates the fact that Nigeria has been appointed as DG of World Trade Organization because they do not even understand what it represents. What are you trading with? The only thing you are trading in with oil, and even that is managed by OPEC. So what it means is that government is encouraged to allow so-called free market. Free from who? When the Chinese and the Americans are negotiating terms of trade. I think that any government that is going to come in must have a policy that seeks to, for example, if you want Nigeria, you want to sell textile fabric to Nigeria, locate in Nigeria. And the government provide guarantees for foreign investors, sky investors who want to invest in textile factory. And because of the gestation period required from the time you want to start construction and to commissioning the company, you can allow for 1 year. And after that 1 year, you sign guarantee. There is a law made by Parliament that this company will be protected for the next 15 years. Then people will do their calculation. You want Nigeria market? Fine, locate in Nigeria. And I've said so then that the logic of President Muhammadu Buhari with regards to agriculture, I found it very attractive. And he says, look, if you must eat, eat what we are producing here, what we grow in Nigeria. And grow in Nigeria what we eat, so that we have not just food security, so that we also create jobs for our rural people. Can we extend this logic to the textile sector? If you must not dress naked, if you mustn't be naked, wear Nigeria made fabrics. And those fabrics must be made in Nigeria. You want to sell it to Nigeria, locate here. That was the policy before it was enforced, and it is enforceable. You know, I still have full memories of one of my battles at as NLC president at Dunlop Nigeria Limited in Ikeja. and Macheli factory in Port Harcourt. All the tires now on Nigeria roads are imported. Only yesterday somebody was lamenting that Chinese made the one imported from China, tires imported from China, don't last 6 months. Well, that is Nigeria businessman for you. Free market means you are free to import substandard goods, even though you have standard organization of Nigeria, and every year, I'm sure Honorable Minister, you budget for standard organization of Nigeria. But they supervise the importation, they turn the other way why these substandard qualities adopt here. So for me, what leaders need, what this industry need, is the courage to go back, visit, how did we get to where we are, and what do we do differently? And return to those policies that in the first place compelled, those policies that in the first place compelled the textile industries to locate in Nigeria. They didn't locate because they liked us. They did so because they were greedy, they wanted access to a market that was at that time maybe 150 million, now 200 million people. Free trade will not bring it. The celebration of African trade agreement, people speak to African population, Nigeria may not benefit from it. Are you going to trade what you don't have? So what it means that the largest market in Africa, is Nigeria. So that agreement is targeted at, of course it's patriotic, we are black, and Africa is the centerpiece of our foreign policy, we should trade freely within ourselves, that's fine. But this big brother is dying. This big brother is dying. For Africa to continue to enjoy the protection of Nigeria, Nigeria must be up on its feet, strong, able to take care of its own citizens, and then extend the gesture thereafter to other Africans, but not before. So I think there will be need for robust engagement when the campaign starts. Is that we have to get the unions to insist that all presidential candidates speaks to how they will bring back the textile industry. And it is not enough to celebrate economic growth. The GDP will move away from recession by 1%, 2%, 3%. These are okay for the statistician. As it translates to more people being employed, the economy can grow side by side with greedy poverty. Fewer people can become richer, more and more people can become poorer. It depends on the nature of growth and the structure of growth. Which sector is growing? If the manufacturing sector is down and the banking sector is expanding and you take additional 2, 3, 4 managers, or even the business of smugglers, they distort your GDP. So my argument is we must focus on the manufacturing sector, in particular the labor-intensive sector. That is where the jobs will come from. It is true that technology will continue to change, but there will be no time, whether by the year 3000 or 4000, human beings must wear clothing. We will not be so civilized that we will return to the Garden of Eden. So there is no question about the long-term interest that textile industry will always be required. You can have vehicles that flies, and if they begin to fly, they may not need the kind of tires they need now. But human beings will wear clothing. It will be about the nature of the cloth, the quality, and I believe the more sophisticated we are, the more sophisticated or quality textile fabric we will require. Let me conclude, because I just tried to speak at random. After listening to all the lectures, I didn't think there was really anything new to be said. You know, Your Highness, you spoke to the abandoned gas turbine project in Kaduna. It is the same story all over the country. Because to bring the industry back, this is the limitation of CBN intervention. It's good to celebrate it, but honestly, it is not the answer. Because the CBN at best was try to deal with the issue of working capital, provide 90 billion, X billions, at in single-digit interest rate. Working capital was a consequence, it wasn't the cause. So unless you bring back, you have reliable power supply, not with diesel selling at whatever is the price, but even if it's to sell at 10 naira a liter, you can't run an integrated textile factory on generator. It's impossible. So my thinking, in an attempt to deal with the challenges that the minister spoke to about, sometimes the generating companies are able to generate X megawatts, whether it is 4,000 or sometimes we hear 7,000, and then we are told that the distribution, the transmission, the national grid couldn't carry it, or it has collapsed, or if it carried it, the discos are not able to buy it. All of that talks to ill-conceived, ill-thought-out privatization policy. I was a member of the National Economic Council with Kwakwaso, at least other two different governments. And I asked about this power policy. We find that in most cases, they imported all the turbines, while the civil engineering said 90% of the turbines have been imported, or the things required to be imported are in Nigeria. They've imported them, either they are in the port or they have managed to ship them to the designated places. But the civil engineering aspect, without which you cannot install the turbine, is at 25%. So by the time you finish the 100%, the turbine is out of fashion. If it's completely roughing. And one ask at the meeting, well, as a governor. So if I talk the way I do, it's not out of frustration, it's my conviction, it has become my character. I said, sir, what is the level of the civil engineering work? They gave us the details. 25%. Procurement of turbine, blah, 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 98%. I think that was during Jonathan, just before President Buhari came into office. Then I was a city governor. And I said, could it be error of the head or of the heart? And I refuse, this is one of the things I learned early in life, never to be intimidated by experts. Or to assume that when whatever they say is true, it's not. They use jargons just to close the conversation. I ask a simple question. Let me try to understand what this means. It means, as I understand it, that you're building a house, the construction stage is at 25%, you done up to German floor or little level, as the local people will describe it, but your furniture are 98% ready. And so you put the furniture outside the port, waiting for the house to be completed. Who does that? But why is it so? Because to procure is to just place an order. It requires no additional effort. And then they give you the actual price, then you tell them what to put on top. And once you pay, your own share is ready. This other guy who is buying cement, buying iron rod and so on, although you still can do something, but that will take time. But this one is once and for all, place the order, the budget, release the money, you are home and dry. In any case, you don't have any further incentive to follow through, because the primary purpose at the level of the individual has already been achieved. That is the story of abandoned power projects across the country. Or that they tell you, oh, the problem is the gas assets. Common sense. You didn't know that you can't fire this turbine without gas pipelines? It's something you discover later? No, if this story are told, many of us are in trouble. Me now, I'm also concerned because I can't even be excused. Like Becky said, when the trouble starts, even those of us who are lamenting in this air-conditioned room, the masses will not put us on trial. Everybody is guilty of sight. So we do need to recognize how serious the situation is. So what is to be done? I believe, even when I was chairman of the ruling party, that we ought to, and if this government does it, the next government must revoke the privatization in the manner that was done in the power sector. Because the distribution companies were handed over to individuals who have neither the know-how nor the financial wherewithal to invest. It was just like every Nigerian patronage allocate. Who does that to a major sector? And let me say, I am not lamenting now because I'm not this, I'm not that. As a city governor, the day the privatization of Edo Disco, BDC, was done, under President Jonathan, Governor Dwaha of Delta State, PDP, and myself, ACN, Governor of Edo, and the Governor of Ondo State, Mimiko, we agreed to publicly dissociate ourselves. The last minute, Mimiko chicken out. I think he had challenges, he didn't want to be dealt with, but me, I'm used to being dealt with, so I have nothing. So Udwala and I, both of us short governors, we addressed a press conference at my residence that want to place on record that the way in which these discos were privatized was a fraud, and it is designed to destroy the economies of our various of our respective states. Today, Edo Disco has been taken over by banks, and I've seen somebody celebrating it. Do banks have the know-how to run distribution companies of electricity? Is it just about cash? Cash is a consequence, because they have loaned. And if you now go into the book, you will find that what CBN has pumped into these discos over the years is more than the total amount they used to buy 60% of the discos. Isa, I used to tell people, as a tailor, because I was general secretary of textile garment and tailoring workers, so I like to take the tailoring end. As a tailor, I know that when fabric is too weak, you keep patching it. At a point when you put the thread, if you just, so you throw away the entire fabric and attach, even if it is a banana, it will be better than patching a fabric that's outlived its usefulness. So these are radical decisions that need to be taken to revoke the privatization, because it wasn't done in conformity with the law on privatization. If you look at that law, it says clearly that to be eligible, you must have the evidence of financial wherewithal, two, demonstrable evidence of know-how in that sector. The one in Edo was handed over to a husband and wife. The husband, a pharmacist, I'm not sure how successful, and the wife, a banker. Her bank was one of those that came under hammer because he couldn't meet and survive. The husband is the chairman, the wife is the CEO of BDC, that is Benin Delta Disco or so. How? And everything we said then has come to pass. So my own point that you tell Kwakwaso and I will tell Tinubu is you probably tell somebody I don't want to mention because I don't know how you're going to deal with it. On purpose, I will mention it. On purpose. That nobody should make promises about industrialization without a convincing explanation of what we do differently with power supply. Because like the minister said, it is becoming a joke that we are generating 7,000, we can't transmit. And when we can transmit, we can't distribute. As of a security report, and I called the management that even as the minister said, when they are able to generate and transmit, discos we buy limited quantity and give the target of revenue. And because there are no meters, they are to give you estimated bills. So to meet their target, they look at who can pay what and give you estimate. Which country allow its citizens to be so exploited? The minimum responsibility of the state is to protect the public. allow private enterprise. Because the reason we celebrate the private sector, as the minister said, that they got the private sector to have serious with the planning, is because it is assumed that they are more efficient, not necessarily more honest. And unfortunately, honesty of purpose is central to outcome. So, given this contradiction, should we revoke it? My answer is no. Revoke it. In any case, order the law after 5 years. We are supposed to review. It's more than 5 years now. So, revoke it and ensure that we do not make, in going back to it, because I am not advocating that the government should now take over. They acquire it, and this time appoint people who will comply with the law and ensure that if you have to privatize again, it is done in conformity with the law. That way, you can get fresh capital into the sector, people with the know-how running the discos. Discos are not like getting some allocation, some oil block, and then you get Chinese exploit it, they just pay you off. No, it's more complicated than that. And I hope, it's a pity the Labour people are not here, but I think they ought to be here next time, Anibe. Because only they can do the dirty job of shouting where others want to keep quiet. If we get the textile industry back, we can employ more than 20 million people. When we're building the textile labor house in Kaduna, you know, we short people, we like to do things that are big. We settle for 6-story buildings. We call it textile labor house. We had a clear vision that around this time, when our population, because the projections are supposed to be clear, that we are told now we are going to be about 300 million, how many years' time, that given our consumption, Nigeria textile industry will have more than 10 million workers. And if you then look at the farmers that will produce the cotton, and the textile farmers set up Cotman. Cotman was meant to do what anybody is trying to do, or what they are doing now, to get, and I think Chief Achimugu was very much involved with the formation of Cotman. I think it has gone under liquidation. They were to raise money from textile employers, provide improved seedlings to the cotton growers, and then liaise with the Ahmadu Bello University to provide some kind of training, essential services. So everything was well thought out, so that the textile manufacturers guaranteed the market for the farmers. So they have no fear of where, if they are blessed with good harvest, the textile industry will take advantage rather than importing cotton lead from Kano. So this is an industry can offer so much, and it will deal decisively with both rural prosperity as well as industrial workers in the cities. I conclude by saying that most of the countries we use as examples today, they started their industrialization with special focus. I think at the point China was accounting for about 30 to 40% of the overall textile production around the world. They introduced these so-called export processing zones. And as we speak, Bangladesh, India, and several other countries, they rely on textile for their exports. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let us begin to think the way Ahmadu Bello was thinking when he established Kaduna Textiles, the way Awolowo saw the sector, Azikiwe and the rest of them. Let the current generation, they haven't failed yet, but we were in the classroom, we have a chance of doing something better, or we didn't do right yesterday, but it will require a level of fundamental change in terms of how we relate with the rest of the world. Because somebody is going to tell you we can't be island to ourselves. We are already committed to the WTO. We have to allow XYZ. The World Bank will tell us, no, you can't do this. IMS, we talk about if you want us to learn, blah, blah, blah. But the point is, if we go back to our history, the current situation we are in which the Naira is dancing like Davido or Whiskey, etc., it clearly shows that the country is not producing and free market is not a solution. You know, the more role you give to the private sector, the more robust regulation you require, so that the social purpose of government, which doesn't coincide with the profit motive of private enterprise, can be reconciled. Our industrial policies, our monetary policies, our tariff policies, fiscal policy, etc., must align. We have a whole Ministry of Investment, Trade, Industry. I have had cause to ask why Suludo was governor. I said to them, what is the macroeconomic objective of our monetary policies? So the CBN must sit with the Ministry of Industry, with the Ministry of Trade, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and ensure that what one does complement the other. Not one driving to the left, the other one driving to the right, the other one driving to the center, yet we are all supposed to be arriving at the same destination. It doesn't happen by accident. I hope that the spirit of late Achimugu, and indeed other Nigerians, including the leaders of the First Republic like Ahmadu Bello, who as early as the late 50s, before independence, came to the conclusion that Nigeria cannot and should not continue to export primary products without value addition. If they were able to do it at that time, we have no excuse not to do it now. And if we thought it was a luxury, the current situation compels a rethinking. Because in my view, the best the combined power of our armed forces and security agencies can do is to deal with the consequences of so many idle young men who have resorted to crime, whether it is terrorism, it is banditry, whatever it is called, whether locally or they find foreign partners. But the source has to be economic solution. Reinvest in education and compel state governments to revisit the logic of universal basic education. Because for the textile industry to recruit people, then you need at least to be able to read and write. But you don't need to be a graduate. With a sound primary school education, and even better still, a sound secondary education, you can be a good player in the textile industry. Most of the managers that were in the at Arawa Textile, UNTL, they were not graduates. They were sound technicians. And we can bring all of that back. So may the spirit of Paul Sunday Achimugu fire our appetite to do it, give us the courage to do differently, face the international community that is likely to ask us not to do it differently, so that we'll be back. And when you are meeting on the auspices of this foundation in the next 2-3 years, let it not be said that all of us, I mean all of us, I will respectfully exclude the Royal Highnesses, the emirs, so I'm not permitted to say otherwise. But for the rest of us, me inclusive, let's not dress up in contraband, imported fabrics, exporting jobs and importing poverty, and testing up our environment and subjecting everybody to fear. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Royal Highnesses, I'm delighted to have the members of the panel up here, and we've had the presentations And I think we are looking at the entire value chain in order to have an impact on the economy as suggested by the title of this lecture, repositioning the cotton, textile and garment sector. It's a whole industry itself, right from the seeds as mentioned. I think one of the speakers mentioned the upstream, just like in the oil sector, midstream and downstream, from the seeds to the farms, to the gineries, to the textiles, and to the garments. We've had all the discussions in these perspectives, and I think perhaps we'll start with the upstream, or I think any way it goes. Any way it goes, okay. And so I start with Madam? Textile people. Well, textile people. Well, I would have started with agri people, actually, if that's the case. Apparently, we don't have anybody in the agri value chain. Okay, please come. I'll use my seat to invite somebody from agri. Yes, maybe you can kick off. Yes. Yes. Because if you don't have the seat, you won't have the cutting. If you don't have the cutting, you won't talk about textiles and gas. And even the engineering aspect, we've heard about the power,
you're welcome.
The transportation,
thank you very much.
Chemicals, and so on and so forth. So, I think I use that.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Thank you so much, my Vice Chancellor. My name is Professor Idoko Adekwe. I am representing the Executive Director of the Institute for Agricultural Research, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Yes, and I am also presently or currently the program leader of the cotton research program of the Institute. And that is why I decided to maybe come up to be able to shed light on what we have been doing so far as part of seed production and quality seed in that regard. I want to say here that, of course, in our discussions of what we've heard so far, the issue of seed and quality seed production is key to any agricultural effort. That is to say that without seed, there is no production. Whatever we do in terms of crop production, seed is key. And the Institute for Agricultural Research has the national mandate, not just for genetic improvement, not just for production, but also quality seed production. And in its years of existence, particularly in area of cotton, the Institute has been able to produce actually been able to breed about 13 quality cotton varieties as we speak, and these varieties spread across mid to late season maturing with high quality fiber quality in terms of fiber length, in terms of fiber strength, and the related. And this is why it is today that whatever we are doing today, even from this, as an outcome of this meeting, there is need to strengthen the aspect of the seed and quality seed production. And in that regard, IAR has been leading in the aspect of seed quality production with regards to cotton. Not quite long ago in 2018, new hybrid cotton seed, about 2 of them were produced by the Institute, or were bred by the Institute in conjunction with Mahiko seed company in India. And we called out as BT cotton, and of course it has ability to resist one of the devastating pests and disease. And this is the level in which we are at the moment. Thank you, sir.
I would have, I attended a lecture in which the former CBN governor, the 18th Emir of Kano, delivered at the University of Benin during their convocation. I said he came across this problem when he was CBN governor. Nigeria was importing at that time up to about $1 billion worth of tomato paste. And he tried to intervene. When he did, he found out that the kind of tomatoes that we are producing in our tomato zone, Kano, Makarfi, Ikara, up to Gusau, and the other places, didn't have enough flesh. And it was as a result of the seeds. But then he tried to intervene in that, and the seed council was also a problem. So you have new varieties of cotton. Do you just release them, as you say, into the market, or do you have some restrictions by the seed council, as in the case of tomato paste?
Thank you very much, sir. I just mentioned for purpose of maybe our consumption, there are stages in which before a seed is actually released. It's not just 1 year activities. It takes, at times, it can take between 3, 4, 5 years, even to 10 years, depending on the crop. And in what I've just told us, of course, it's a collaborative work that is done by the breeders in the institute, and the seed company has to actually inspect what we are doing in terms of the quality of what we are trying to push to the public. Quality, like I just mentioned, quality in terms of because what is actually required as per the quality that the fabrics eventually, or the textile will eventually look for. The length of the fiber, the strength of the fiber, the fineness of the fiber, and some other related qualities. These are things that that are incorporated in whatever quality, in whatever variety of sorghum that have so far been produced. Of course, like I did mention, 6 of these varieties are actually in the hands of farmers over time for now. Over time. And I don't want to give the local name we have. Those of us who are already like in the cotton industry, we know them, like some as 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 at the moment. And particularly for our information, the 11, 12, and 13, they are the long staple cotton. What do you mean by long staple? They are the ones that have the long length. The length of the length is quite high enough to be able to produce not just the fabrics. Some can even go for the blankets we have. Some can go for towels. These are things that actually are incorporated, and the National Seed Council are taken along in whatever we are doing or we have done so far. Thank you.
Please, in that respect, I wouldn't want to belabor the point, but the point is there are some restrictions in releasing the seeds. You may not release the seed council, but be that as it may, with the professor, how about these fibers they are talking about in your own polymer research? No, not yet. We have to see the polymer people.
Well, thank you. First of all, my name is Professor Abdullahi Daladi. I'm the chair occupant of the Paul Sunday Achimugu Professorial Chair in Polymer and Textile Engineering, which is based in the Department of Polymer and Textile Engineering, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. As said by the moderator and the Vice Chancellor, of course, cotton quality determines a lot of properties of the material to be produced. Now, this development of whereby, and the average Nigerian staple cotton has average staple length. Therefore, there's a limit to the strength, because the longer the fiber, that's what I mean by the strength, the staple length. The longer the fiber, the stronger the yarn produced, invariably the fabrics produced also going to be stronger. Now with this development that long staple fibers have been developed, certainly the chances of getting higher production, better production, stronger materials, stronger fabrics, and longer lasting fabrics is going to be higher. So it is our personal prayer that when the materials, when the seeds are released to the public, then it should be followed up by the proper, because it's not just the seed, you also need to take into cognizance the, other insecticides, all those materials that will make the material grow. Because if Nigeria can grow long staple cotton with the kind of land we have right from Sokoto, Zamfara, you come through Kaduna, Katsina, Gombe, all this is a region that can grow cotton comfortably. And certainly it's going to be a great advantage to the Nigerian economy by the time we're able to not only produce enough cotton to process for ourselves, but also to export. So I believe the improvement in the cotton staple length is going to be higher. Maybe on this issue I may put a rest.
Okay, thank you very much. But you see, the way I'm raising that point is they talk about Egyptian cotton. We are complete laymen here. They talk about Egyptian cotton is one of the best in the world, and sometimes you even borrow seeds to come on, do some demonstration farms. That's why I'm raising this issue. Yeah.
Maybe on this, I think you see, as I've said, cotton, the length, the staple length the cotton attains depends on the environmental conditions under which it is grown. Naturally, there are fibers that, for example, cotton fibers that are grown in Egypt and some American cotton. Naturally, there are fibers that grow into staple length. As for our climatic conditions, the traditional cotton that we produce in Nigeria has the staple, average staple length. Now, with this development that was gene modernization and the improvement, then certainly by the time we produce this long staple fiber length, long staple fiber, cotton fiber, definitely the advantage is going to be numerous to the textile industry. So our industry, if our cotton can grow, by the time we go into mass production, then certainly we stand a better chance to compete with even the Egyptian cotton. And more so is going to be indigenous.
The issue, that's the total local content. That's why you take right from the production, and that's why I'm raising that issue. Maybe we should hear from the textiles then. Yes.
Maybe. Yeah. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to commend the organizers of this program, because it's the first time we're having annual lectures in the north. We've been having all these kind of things in the south, and I want to recommend this also for my Tamasule Memorial Lecture, so that we don't really forget about these past heroes of our country who have done well for this country, and we just forget about them. That's why succession planning anywhere is very good and very important. That's why Anibe was able to pick it, because he followed the footsteps of his father, and therefore he knew all his contribution, and therefore he wants to show it to public, and this kind of thing should be encouraged in all our entrepreneurs and big people in North, so that the memorial lecture can come in and we don't forget about them totally. Masile was a class. He was an orator, he has spoken a lot on so many things, and he has written books. This should not go away. We should put them into documents and tell people, tell stories of what our leaders have done in the past. Coming from there, I want to part a little on this cotton issue and about seed. Farming practices. Farming practice is key, not just the seed. The farming practice of farmers is very, very key in cotton production, because cotton is not about maize, it's not about sorghum, it's highly scientific, and therefore the withdrawal of essential officers from the farms cause a lot of havoc, because most of the goodwill speakers said that our problem was a lot of government policy somersaults. These essential officers are going to the farms, they are training these farmers, because most of them cannot even read a pamphlet. They can't read a pamphlet on how to grow the cotton. And from nowhere they were withdrawn. They started having problem with the cotton production. And therefore when farmer is not getting the right profit, he withdraws into other things. He migrates to other smaller crops that are not scientific to produce. Up to today, we don't have soil tests in this country. Go to India. See how their cotton is growing, varieties, different varieties, because they had what is called soil test. And soil test is missing in our agriculture. Right from the 60s, when the land was fertile, today the land is no longer fertile, and there's no soil test, there's no increased fertilizer. We only work with urea and other manures. Whether it is sand soil, whether it is a hill soil, whether it is desert, whether it is bialysis soil, everything is this manure we use. There's no change. But in India, you have to test the soil, and you go to the blender, and you tell you what kind of seed you plant in that place, and that makes it to germinate and fertile. But our own, we have dropped everything excellent about production, whether from cotton to the textiles. Comrade Oshomole has mentioned that our problem is about government, like the levy the Obasanjo gave during the time. Was a key issue, because once you allow civil servants with that kind of levy, they now start misusing it and giving any other person levy. So fabrics were coming into Nigeria anyhow. There was no control, and up to today now, we don't have access. The textile companies don't have access to the market. All the markets are filled up with contraband, counterfeited goods that are selling cheaper. 5 years for 1,000. And no company. Yes. Yes, yes, exactly. It's industry. Because companies
into contraband.
The companies cannot produce without competition, and we are not competitive. If you check the high production cost compared to Ethiopia, or to South Africa, or to Egypt, even in Africa, we call ourselves economic giant of Africa. But are we really giant or Lilliputians? Because when you check the power supply in South Africa, they have 50,000 megawatts of electricity. We are still battling with 7,000. Even the 7,000, we cannot work on it. And we are 200 million people. So how can we survive in industry when our power generation is very poor?
Can we take, we'll come to power generation later as a limiting factor, as the professor said. But let me give you some good news. As for 12 tests, ABU is now conducting soil tests. Yeah. It has just started, although, I mean, we need the support of state governments to do it, each state that we go. Because the nuclear reactor, one of the objectives of installing the nuclear reactor in ABU was to test the soil. And we've just started. So, but we need the, like I said, support of state government. Second thing, extension, the same thing. Yeah. You know, many of these, we have this National Extension Research Institute, but it's like a training institute. It trains extension officers for governments. You know, most of them through the ADPs. The tragedy is that many of these ADPs also are not functioning, just as we are saying. So that extension is very, very poor. You have all these things, but, you know, extension officers. So it's a holistic thing. State governments have to come in if we have to do this thing the way it should be.
Exactly. So these are the drawbacks we are talking. This is still in the books. The test is only there in ABU. They start experimenting from ABU. We are talking of a whole national growth. This thing is not going round. And farmers are suffering. Because some land even need to be treated. The whole land need to be treated. Some people came from China, they wanted to invest in cotton production. They went to Gusau, they look at the land, and they said they want to carry the sand to their laboratory. They don't even trust Nigerian laboratories. They went there and tested, and they said the land need to be dead years for it to come. So the land is said to be treated. It's not just about land to be treated.
Until you finish, until you finish testing the soil, you have to test the soil before you can know whether it will be treated and what kind of treatment.
So this is still not a solution, sir, because it has not come to effect yet. It's still in the books from ABU. That's fine. Academics are telling us that one. We have seen all these things. You give it to government now, they waste time. Government policy is almost solved. This is what we're saying happened to textile. Because in those days, they said anything coming into Nigeria, fabric.
There are other speakers, sir.
No, but you didn't stop me. So I just want to hear what you're saying. The government policy someone told what is affecting us.
We are taking them.
We are not competitive. And government says that any fabric coming to Nigeria, now we have found out that $4 billion worth of fabric coming to Nigeria. And 10% of that is a levy that should go to textile development. Government said that themselves. But we have never seen that money come to textile for production. And 10% of $4 billion is close to $4 billion, is close to $400 million. If we see that every year, textile problem will be solved. Because we'll be able to now pay for power at the competitive rate with Ethiopia and Egypt or South Africa. So if that works, that will be fine for us. But our seniors like the comrade Adams Oshimole, they didn't follow up this thing. This thing happens in 1987, my comrade. This thing happens in 1987 when you were there. And it was never followed up, and the textiles are dead because the levy that's supposed to come to the textiles was not done. Government policy someone was there, and they didn't give us the money since that time. 10% of $4 billion should come to textile development. That's what the Obasanjo government said for fabrics. And we never saw that. That money never came. And the textiles are dying in drops. From 167 textile mills in the 80s, coming down to only 20. Can you imagine? And the country is just looking at it, and nobody's saying anything. So we would need to still,
can you please
struggle. The struggle continues. It doesn't stop with the politics. Whether you are APC, AP, whatever, please come back to the textile. That's your home. And then we have to struggle together. Thank you very much.
But no, can you provide some solutions?
Yes, which one?
Because for all the other, the budget release the money.
Exactly.
You are home and dry.
That's a good one. So see, when we say the policy somersault, it means there's no follow-up, and another government comes and introduces.
No. Let
so
me.
my solution.
Sorry, just
without gas pipeline.
want to.
It's something you discovered.
The comrade a new government is they want to stop everything and start a new one. It's not a question of follow-up. You can't stop them if they want to do that because they have executive power. We have it in the education sector, for instance.
No, you ask for solutions, sir.
Yes.
So can I come?
Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. The solution is that we should have a council of cotton textile garment. It should start from this CTG. The minister has promised now the CTG, PM Achimugu and me that to discuss with the economic and the federal ministry and planning. This one, at least they will start organizing the CTG and as proposed place of industry trade. There has not been any council. So that they build themselves. And they have further. That's the levy of the sugar at the borders. That's similar levy. That is not even. So we need that.
Power.
Power.
You raise the issue of power.
Yes, the issue of power is that there should be textile park as obtained in Ethiopia. People in Europe come to Ethiopia and buy their textiles. That means that they are competitive. Production cost is the same with Europe and America or wherever. Production cost is the same, and power tariff is the same. For instance, now South Africa buys tariff of electricity per kilowatt hour at 4 cents per kilowatt hour. Nigeria is paying more than 4 cents per kilowatt hour. How can you compete with even South Africa alone, even in Africa? And we say we are economic giant. Can that work? That cannot work. And to something deliberately done to reduce the power cost so that we can compete with others. Because if our production cost is high every time, we cannot compete with any country, even Burkina Faso or Benin Republic, because the power cost is very high. And something drastically must be done to have a textile park like that is obtainable in Vietnam, obtainable in Ethiopia, obtainable in Egypt. And this is why people are saying Egypt cotton is the best. We had, in the 1978, we had the best cotton in Africa, not even Egypt. But it's negligence of government and follow-ups and farming practices that made us to be backwards every time. Nigeria built Manchester from our cotton. The railway was built from Kano to Lagos, not because of human beings, it was built for cotton to
to come to the cost. And we're exporting. Export is not new to Nigeria. We've been exporting ever since.
Sorry, we said power. We said power. Yeah, power. Can we have from this side, please? Please. You have the microphone. Yes, please. But you are in garments.
Yeah.
Like Becky said, when the trouble starts, even those of us who are lamenting in this competition room, the masses will not put us on trial.
A textile manufacturing and garmenting company in Lagos. I'd like to speak on two things. First, I'd like to comment about the gap we have in the cotton value chain. With the intervention of the central bank under the Anchor Borrowers Program, beginning from 2019, cotton production was boosted. The level of cotton production went up. But then many of the ginneries were also refurbished, and the country now has enough ginning capacity to gin the entire cotton we produce into lint. The gap is that we don't have enough spinning capacity. There are basically two spin tests in Ikorodu, which belongs to Sunflag and Fontois Textile, and one other one. So we have a situation whereby a lot of our lint have to be exported. And so those of us who are investors in this along the value chain, this is the area we are seriously looking into, how to increase our spinning capacity so we can produce enough yarn for both the weaving and the knitting companies to consume. That is one. Then I'd like to also comment about the Executive Order 003. The CBN made a lot of move in 2019. They got the military and the uniform agencies to sign an agreement with us, the textile manufacturers and garmenting companies. An MOU was signed where it became mandatory for a large chunk of the uniforms to be produced in Nigerian factories. It was quite laudable, and we were very, very hopeful. But we now observe that the military, they were putting up some kind of resistance. They said, oh, we have standard. My company, for instance, we went through the rigor of getting approval for our samples with the Army Ordnance in Yaba, Lagos. Eventually, we were given approval for the desert camo and the woodland camo and the normal green military uniform. But when it now comes to the point of contracting, each time they don't come up with open tender. They will just come up with a request. Oh, these camos are urgently needed in the Northeast, and they need them within 1 week or 2 weeks. They will now import them from China, thereby killing the entire laudable idea of signing that MOU. That is what has really hampered or prevented most of the Nigerian textile companies from getting these uniforms soon. So if it would be quite good if what they do is that they just go to the National Security Advisor to get authorization for such imports to be carried out. You know, it would be good if government can develop the will to stop this, because for us, is at this time the country needs to conserve foreign exchange. These are the two areas I'd like to talk about right now.
Very much quickly, you see, the comrade governor has mentioned It's a violation of Executive Order 3, I think. And somebody should face the consequences. But they have done it once, twice, with no consequence. So people will continue to break the law. And that's what I say. It's not a question of follow-up. But when people break the law, nobody, is sanctioned. They will continue to break the law, and even more. So if you, for instance, there's an emergency once, will always continue to be an emergency. It's always when it is 2 weeks that you import, always. And nobody, is held to account. So that is one of the problems we have. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Sadiq Kasim.
No, don't. Next, please.
Because that is insensitive to gender.
No.
Because you have allowed the men to do it, the woman will be the
You
one.
refused. I gave you right of first refusal.
Okay.
I gave her, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I gave her right of first refusal. She refused.
Because I'm a unionist like
I am too.
Yes.
I am too.
All right, thank you very much. Comrade
Sorry.
President, and that's the name I have always called you. You might not remember, I was the vice chairman of NTMA at the time you were going to Obasanjo and all the fight and struggle for the textile industry then, though I was on the employer side, so sometimes we disagree to agree. But I think even then, yeah, I said my name is Sadiq Kasim. At that time, I was with Afprint, one of the foremost textile companies. I worked in the cotton sector with Afcot. Today, I'm with Wakot. Wakot has transmuted from being a cotton company to a service provider largely. But I'm still passionate about it. And when you were mentioning the things that happened that time, it was nostalgic for me because when you are involved in textile, you definitely feel it. We still feel it. And we grieve when we see what is happening today. Now, Comrade President, I think I would have wished Issa Aremu is here, even though he's slightly on the sides in labor today, but you are in government still. The fundamental two things that you mentioned, one of them you glossed over. The issue of labor, for instance. I recall climbing 12 floors to meet you at the labor house here because there was no light even then. One issue I raised with you was the Nigerian labor law being a limiting factor to the textile industry development. We still operate the law that was bequeathed to us by the colonial masters that says there is a 40-hour working week, and so if you work beyond 40 hours, you are paid overtime. If you work on a Saturday or Sunday, you are paid double, whereas every textile producing nation today works on productivity basis rather than on hour basis. I think we need to change that, and only those of you in government or who have influence in government can change it. Secondly, Comrade President and members of this CTG think tank, we need to start also thinking, if we can give subsidy to petroleum, we know cotton is produced by farmers and it's not a food crop. When a farmer produces cotton, he's always anxious to go and dispose of it because it's either a danger to him health-wise because it could catch fire, or it's not a food crop that he can store and wait until he's hungry. The nations of the world have evolved a minimum guaranteed price that we have never put forward in this country. How can we encourage cotton growth in Nigeria? These are two fundamentals that I want to add to your paper that need to be focused on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, madam, I don't want to risk your sanction again.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Sometimes dealing with the academia, it could be something else because he's a professor, no wonder. So he can forget about the lady, the only lady that is here to talk about the garment and the fashion sector. My chairman, can I use the microphone, please? Yes. Because it's better, my neck. Thank you. My chairman is here, the Garment and Textile, Mr. Kwajafa, he has spoken. But unfortunately, he made an error. Well, it's not an error, an omission, that he did not mention, talked about the garment industry and the fashion industry. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for making this, even the topic is very apt. Thank you very much for giving me the platform to be here to talk about what I love, what I have a passion for. Over the years, over 3 decades, I have been in the fashion industry. And our speaker here, comrade, my comrade, did talk about some things, but while I was seated there, I said, you are guilty too, which of course you have admitted. And just like Captain Ibrahim said earlier on, that all of us have failed one way or the other. You were a governor. Before you were a governor, you are a textile person. And some of the key issues that I would want to dwell on, because there are other speakers, how I wish I have enough time to talk about this sector that I have a passion for. But unfortunately, I would not be able to. There are some of my past presentations that I did. My issue here is Nigeria, we're fond of having a talk shop. At the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. I want to challenge this foundation. Let something come out of this. For me, as Fatih Ibrahim, I'm tired of committees. I'm tired of going to seminars, come up with beautiful resolutions, communicate recommendations, they just trash it. And it's so discouraging in a country of ours today. I have been so hard on some of these topics over the years. I have been a fighter of so many issues concerning this sector, nothing. And you know, you wonder, is it when we reach our old age, I mean, we will not see the results? Well, some of you might think I'm a small girl, but well, you will be shocked when you hear, just like we say, you will be shocked to know my age, but then that's not the issue. But the issue here, I will talk about, I'll give an overview of the garment industry, which of course, nobody can walk naked in this world. If you walk naked, then you are mentally, something is wrong with you upstairs. And unfortunately, again, how many people are wearing Nigeria or Africa? Because I'm an advocate of wear Nigeria. I also would challenge this foundation again. I saw your ushers wearing Western clothing. Why must they wear that? You are talking about textile. It should never happen again, please. No matter what, even if you are wearing Western, put something to showcase Africa. You can see me dressed in tie and dye. I'm always dressed in African, either Ankara or tie and dye. Since I became the president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria for 8 years, I'm giving an overview. All these things we have said over and playing it. And unfortunately, the Minister of State, Budget and Planning, or Finance, I'll call it because that's what is, you know, so unfortunately, he's not here to challenge this government. And he mentioned that is industry. What has done where he as a minister, please take this message to him. What has he done to make it in Nigeria and plan garment and fashion? Even though I it in China for a cotton spinning technology course, there were trashed. There's nowhere I didn't take it to the secretary to the because they nominated me to go and represent Nigeria. Nothing was done. My recommendation, which I will give. This is why God brought me here. I'm so passionate. When I don't listen to you, you talk certain things that you haven't for. Let me know. So I'll give you when I'm ready. I'll be very considerate. So you know that the fashion CTG, they create the. We have said it over and over again. What is the government doing, for goodness sake? They on elevation, what? You see, there's a lot of insincerity. There's a lot of service. There's a lot of dishonesty. Who is deceiving? Who is deceiving who? We should come. This is a viable industry. Everybody knows human development. Why do we have terrorists today? Because humans are not being developed. They are just left like that. They are frustrated. They don't know what to do. Some of them have the talent, they have the ideas, but they don't have the opportunity to develop their talents, to come forward and talk about what they know. So as we know, that is the garment industry. In fact, WTO, when Ngozi came, I had a meeting, trade and investment. I had on one-to-one with the DG of WTO. In fact, she has a passion on Nigeria. You can see the way she dresses. She showcased Nigeria all over the world. And you know, she was interested. She gave about my organization, Export Promotion Council. And she was so proud of what we are doing. And she said she would want to engage with me more. Because we said we are going to make her, because we are inducting people into the, I am the founder of the African Fashion Hall of Fame, which we are looking at people that dress African, people that are decently dressed. We're not talking about the young people wearing skimpy things, showcasing. I'm an advocate of decent dressing, decent good dressing. I have talked about it for a long time. I loved fashion right from when I was a little girl. My brother can testify here. I loved to do fashion. When I was a little girl, they would beat me. I would put lipstick. I would dress and say I am Miss Aiken and all that. Imitating good people. When I see you well dressed, I sit near you and touch you. Anyway, let me go straight to the point. The challenge, the solution, because we cannot talk without solutions. I have given the challenges that we have, but I have not challenges so that it's challenge you get solutions. If you do not know a challenge, you can never get a solution to it. And some of the challenges is issue of energy. We have talked about diesel, people buying generator, which some of our leaders today in Nigeria are beneficiaries of this. That is why they don't want the energy sector to come to be better. And we are buying all this diesel, gas, whatever you call it, at a very high rate. And at the end of the day, what are you making? Your overhead cost is so much. And again, we lack the political will. over the years, inconsistency. Every party that comes, he will not want to continue with the previous party. And then we say we are patriotic, we say we love Nigeria, we are lying. And our leaders are liars with no due respect to what I am saying. Our leaders are liars. They are not being sincere because they lack the political will. And again, we fashion designers, what is killing our business is bend down. How many of you know bend down? Bend down, Bend down has killed the market. And younger people always want to dress Western because we have become slaves of Western people. We are not proud of our culture. We are not proud of our identity. Look at Mr. Achimugu. That's his identity, the Igala fabric, which I'm so proud to see that kind of thing. When I went to represent for a women conference in Dubai, I want the most beautiful queen, well-dressed Fulani, northern Nigeria, because I dressed in Fulani outfit and I put the Al-Kebba, which shows I'm a queen. I'm a princess, but again, another thing, I became the queen because they nominated me for that, because I was showcasing my culture, my identity, which I am proud of. Then, the intervention, which is the solution, lastly, Mr. Prof. The lack of proper coordination again. There's no synergy with the value chain. No synergy at all. During the intervention of Mr. Obasanjo, it was 50 million. They now increased it to 70 billion, if I'm not mistaken, to 70 billion. And I went to make a case for the Fashion Designers Association in Nexim Bank. I remember I had a meeting with the chief executive. Then I was the president of the Fashion Designer. I said, what do you mean, sir? You guys are giving money to only tailors and textile manufacturers. What about we, the end users? We are the ones promoting the textile outfit before it can go to the market there. I remember I had a dealing with Mr. Achimugu, his father. He gave us so many bales to showcase. I took it to the Ahmadu Bello University. That is my alma mater. I finished from the textile industrial design, 1982. And we went to have a fashion show there. And we showcased, since then the market was good. I tell you, I cannot exhaust. So lastly, and maybe we'll still come back again to some of us, but let me not be too selfish because I have so much to talk about. But then I think I will leave it at this point. Probably before we end, I might say one or two more things again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now know that she's my older sister because she's Fulani and she finished from the same faculty with me in ABU Zaria, but much earlier. Yeah, thank you very much. First, I would like to quickly talk about, as you have opened this, in the university we have dress code. And we try as much as possible to encourage indigenous dressing, but more importantly, decent dressing. Whenever I go to, I'm happy you touch on this, whenever we see, these are our daughters, they dress in the most indecent manner, in European dresses and so on, and we say they are ushers. I've always spoken very strongly against this kind of thing. They can dress decently if you must have ushers. But the dress is indecent and is European also. Why must you do that? So, and well, I don't know. But I think it's a very important, I'm happy it's coming from a woman also. And event organizers, if we have them, they should please take this into account. The second one is this issue of energy. You mentioned it, but I haven't seen from the other speaker also, because I'm interested in energy. You have mentioned one of the things, diesel. Some of us are in the environment, so are also talking about sustainability. We want to start reducing the use of this fossil energy as much as possible. Whether you like it or not, climate change is here. We are seeing it. For instance, in terms of rising sea levels, you know, floods. Go to Lake here and all the coastal areas. It's a reality. Even up north, there is more precipitation, and there is flood in Jigawa, in Kano, in Sokoto, Zamfara, everywhere. So we want to reduce the amount of fossil fuel that we use so as to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases that we introduce into the atmosphere, which depletes the ozone layer, which protects us. So, like in every, we are saying that we are going to we are not buying any new generators, and we're going to start reducing the use of even generators. How do you do that? I think the Commonwealth governor, you say Commonwealth president, maybe I should correct myself, has mentioned it also. It's shameful. We produce 7,000 megawatts. South Africa is producing over 40,000 with a population of just over 50 million. With 200, we are producing. In fact, the day we produce, it normally comes down up to 2,500. Some 2 weeks ago, 2,500. Sometimes 2.5, sorry. So, I mean, it's a shame, complete shame, with all the resources that we have, human and material. So, I think we should start looking at the energy mix. I think 2 days ago or yesterday, the governor of Kogi State said he's bringing some Chinese to build some nuclear power plant. I think the whole world is trying to look at nuclear power plants. Even Germany that closed down its nuclear power plant is looking at them again because of this Ukraine problem that they have. Yes, the crisis that they have. But we have to, if we have to introduce the nuclear energy, because those experts in energy will tell you that's about the ultimate that you can have, nuclear power. You talk about the solar energy. There is a limit to which you can use solar energy, especially in the industrial setting. You may not be able to, at least as far as present developments are concerned, there are limitations. So wind energy, I think we need to look at all these energy sources so as to have a good energy mix and plan, long-term plan. If these renewed national development plans will subsist for a long time, we have to factor energy if we are to do anything apart from textile, but the reindustrialization of this country, not only textiles, because it has been mentioned, I think, how many industries they have moved all now from Nigeria to even Ghana, because it's more stable there. I should mention also, Haja, I think Nigerians are very proud of their garments. Anywhere in the world I've been, it's only Nigerians that come out in their indigenous dresses. Anywhere I've been, you will not mistake a Nigerian. Most people will wear suits, but somehow you see, especially during summer now, if it's not winter, people display this. We have brought in another dimension. Maybe this younger generation, I don't, maybe when they come up. But as far, when I studied in UK, when I travel, most of the time, you see, we use, look at the presidents, even our presidents. Presidents in West Africa, especially the French colonies, and East Africa, all dress in suits. Nigerian presidents always, from military to civilians, dress in indigenous dress. I think that's a plus for us. And the other thing is, really, one would want to dress in the indigenous, in my own Fulani is Saka. Where will I get it now? Because the skill is disappearing. The old people, yes, okay, please, try and revive it. There is this story that when late President Shagari was president, he went to a meeting. I don't know whether it is true or a fable. And all he had were brocades. And when they went to a meeting and one of the former ministers, I can't remember, is late now. So these brocades as tablecloths and so on. So they now ordered for our indigenous, like the Igala, the chief, and then the Saka Fulani, and they brought lots the following morning. And that's, if you look at some of those pictures in UK, maybe it was true. It suddenly changed, and he was wearing, you know, our own fabric. So, but we need to, the advice I have here is you people need to somehow revive the skill and with improved technology with it now, so that it will be beautiful, as we said. Because apart from indigenous, you also want to look good. Any dress you wear, you want to look good and feel good also. Thank you very much. So, you said?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Okay. Prof, yes.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and the moderator. There was an issue that was raised in the course of this discussion that has to do with the length of the lint, and comparing what we have in other countries and the one we have in Nigeria. That's actually where I want to make a comment. How did they get to where they are in terms of the length of their material, which we desire and which we are not even getting? The challenge here is, if we want to get to where they are, and to get and for us to have what they have, we have to strengthen the research capacity. In some countries like India, they have a whole research institute dedicated to cotton research, everything about cotton. But in Nigeria, what we have today, we have one institute having a mandate for 6, 7, 9 crops. It's a challenge. And the capacity building to be able to come up with what we need, that has to be high in competitive nature with others. We need to build capacity to be able to attend what we want to attend, which also boils down to funding of research by the government. And that is a serious challenge. As I speak with you, what we required to carry out a research, or the budget that was supposed to have been coming, each time when you go for budget, defense, and civil, you are given an envelope. Just the way it is. You are given an envelope. And it is only you who knows, or the government, the one that gives you, that knows the content of the envelope you have. And in that regard, you become restricted in what you should do. Like we did mention the line. Now, I told us that there's three that we have now that are already in the hands of the farmers. That is long staple. The chair occupant in the university did mention the weather intervention. The long staple material we have is recommended, or they are recommended for your different ecology. And they can even be produced in the northern part, because with the intervention of irrigation, where you have irrigation facility, you can grow those materials. In the last 3 years, we've been doing some work with the Katsina State government to be able, how do we now grow even irrigated cotton? We've gone across the 3 senatorial zones in Katsina State, and we've been able to test the viability and the sustainability of growing even long staple cotton in these areas, particularly with the intervention or with the availability of irrigation. So, in a nutshell, we need to strengthen research. Without strengthening the research aspect of the value chain, we may not be able to get what we want. I think that's what I want to say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The Vice Chancellor of ABU. Most of us have traveled and seen what cotton research is in India, Asia, everywhere. We don't have a cotton research institute in Nigeria at all, because you cannot even keep the gem plaza. You have only the grid payment for the budget, that they don't even give you anything for generator or diesel. And I don't know how your laboratory can survive research in this aspect. Your laboratory is just There's no light contribution. There's no energy to the laboratories, and you must keep germplasm on 0 degrees for 24 hours for the whole year for you to have a fertile seed. So germplasm is right there, and you cannot keep it in ABU IR. Maybe they have to carry it to IETA. So we don't have a cotton research institute, and agronomists are living in drops because we cannot pay them. It is unified salary for researchers. So all agronomists employ them, they leave every time, and we cannot maintain a research institute. Once we lose research, then we cannot have cotton quality. And that one we have to be very serious about, because one time they will say the research institute belongs to Federal Ministry of Agriculture, another time they say it's to the university. So there's no complete budget on the research. And the Vice Chancellor has to take a serious action on that, so that we can have a standard research institute. Because I hope you will not stop me again, because when I start talking now, he will stop me. So, you see that
you have made the point.
Yes. So you see that
if you make the point, sometimes you keep recycling. Yeah. That is why.
Because it is the value chain I'm concerned about. Because she's accusing me that I didn't talk about garment. So all the value chain, we have to talk about them. And Prof, you are digressing. This program is for CTG. Don't go to any industry, please. Let's look at textiles, cotton, and garment. Because that's the most important thing we're gathered here for. Don't digress, don't go to anywhere or all this thing.
Did we digress?
Yes, you say we should go to industry generally.
No.
No,
point of order. No, I didn't say.
Fossil oil,
no.
Oil issue and,
sorry. I think I'll collect the microphone. No. So let me correct, because there's an audience. I said sorry. I said energy. We are talking about energy in textiles. So, and yes, agriculture, textile manufacturing. So you need energy, and I'm saying that for all industries, not only textiles, we need energy. And we should talk about the energy mix. And I'm saying that we should begin to discount fossil fuel. Yeah. Please, I hope, please. No, please, correct yourself. I didn't say, I didn't go into any industry.
Apologies, Prof. You are the chairman.
Thank you.
Apologies. So the issue is that we really have to come home and see how to develop this sector. Because many countries get their revenue. Bangladesh lives on cotton textile garment. Vietnam has provided enabling environment that even Apple is coming with their factory to produce in Vietnam because they have the enabling environment. Our problem is that we don't care about enabling environment. The enabling environment is key to any production. If you don't have enabling environment, forget it, because you cannot be competitive. All they are doing about ease of doing business has nothing to do with power. They have not brought in anything about power. They are talking of airports. Airport is not a question of ease of doing business. The production cost on power should be germane in their minds, and not to look at airport. Airport is okay, look at it for relationship purposes, so that we can have FDI. But FDI will not come until the power, the factors of production are comparable to other production countries. Otherwise, if the people will not come and invest. Vietnam is making $50 billion on revenue charges for export of companies that are in Vietnam, because they have the enabling environment. Look at America, Apple, Samsung, everything is coming to Vietnam to produce, because enabling environment is in Vietnam. And government is making about $50 billion just for that. So our government has to copy other countries, even in Africa, Ethiopia, South Africa, Egypt. They are key. Because what the governments are complaining is that we don't give them varieties of fabrics to the garment. And therefore they cannot produce, because we are not producing the quality garment they require for fabrics. And they want imports. But the problem is not about that. The issue is about also having cotton of high quality. Because if the cotton doesn't come with white color properly, you cannot export, because they don't accept bleaching. T-shirts are not white enough because we don't have the proper cotton. There's lots of impurities in our cotton up to today. It has not reached international standards.
So we must work very hard. Not this exactly what we were talking about. The military are now establishing their factory in Kaduna to produce for military alone. And so why is the executive order if they are buying from their own factory? So that one is key, and we must have market access. The textiles must have market access in this country, otherwise they will continue to close. Go there, their warehouses are filled up. They cannot pay the loans they collected from Bank of Industry because the loans are not payable because they are not selling well when the markets are filled up with substandard and imported goods. So you see, in most cases, we are now trying to diversify. What I'm wearing now is made in Nigeria. It doesn't have to be woman clothes before I wear it. The North doesn't wear woman clothes. And the textiles are trying to diversify into something better so that we can produce for the North, so that they can wear our own product. This is made in Nigeria. It's coming because we are diversifying gradually to see that we take over the market. And you don't need to import Shadda again and all the others. They will produce in Kano, then everybody can buy from there instead of importing. These are some of the things we are trying to introduce so that we can have market in Nigeria and then we can sell. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. But Prof, can you say something about germplasm?
Thank you very much. Okay, let me use this one. Thank you very much. In recent times, except for what had just been mentioned in terms of power supply challenge, we have a germplasm at the moment at the Institute of Agricultural Research in conserving our germplasm for almost all of our crops. The problem, like I mentioned, is the power supply that actually is affecting the storageability of the germplasm, and two, the capacity to accommodate as much as of the germplasm that is being collected, because it's not only cotton that the institute has a mandate for genetic improvement and even collection and hybridization of. It has about mandate for very many other crops, up to 9 or so of crops. But like you said, the germplasm is available. Storage is available, but the capacity is limiting. The power supply is also affect the storage, longevity of the storage.
We buy that. That's why I asked you. Maybe you are not aware. I know we buy diesel specifically for the laboratories. That's why I asked, because he said something about power, so we are not able to store. But we buy diesel. All laboratories. The Dean of Engineering said all laboratories have standby generators that are powered, and we buy diesel. We try to power them. Well, that's by the way. It's okay. But we have now. But that's why I'm surprised that he's saying that. We buy, and we are sure that
sir.
It's okay. Please, it's not an argument. We are just making statements. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, sir. Please, let me just make two observations, or rather comments. You see, when we're talking of the value chain in CTG, normally the academia is overlooked or neglected, because no matter what industry you have, you still need the manpower to run the industry. And the manpower could do the job better if they are properly educated and informed. Thus, the importance of the academia as far as the training in the area of textile technology is concerned. Now, if we may ask ourselves, how did this, the fate of the textile industries, the transformations, or the unfortunate fate of the textile industries that has befallen the industries over the years, how did it affect the academia? At a point, the number of people applying to study textile science and technology in ABU, being the first pioneer university, the number continuously declined to the extent that sometimes a year will come, nobody will apply for the course. It's only the course and students that do not get admission into other courses will not be pushed. To the extent then, we are called and made to understand that if this trend should continue, there's every tendency that the JAM will delist the course from it, and then the fate of the department will go. This is because Certainly, we wouldn't want to send their son or child to the university to study a course that has no industry, no place to go and work with. Even though the nature of the course is so diversified that when you go into it, you will understand that it's not only the textile industry that you can work in. Being the capital science and technology, then there was this general problem. So we were down and re-articulate the curriculum. Some transformations went on from textile science and technology to textile polymer and textile science. Now to polymer and textile engineering. And we had to shift from faculty of science to engineering with modification in the course content so as to fit in. Now, over the years, our students, the nature of textile industry is not something that you can easily have in a school. There had been this constant link between the industries and the department, where students go there for practical, surveys, and it has helped a lot. But with the closure of the textile industries, then you see that our students, instead of going to the industry for surveys, eventually some paper may go to cosmetics. So this is a problem. So there's this missing link. There's this link which between the industry and the academia. However, with this, the invent or the advancement of this professorial chair, polymer and textile engineering, part of the aim of which is to bridge up this link, to link up between the industry and the academia. I believe the Paul Achimugu Foundation certainly deserves a very good consideration and commendation for this work. Now, back to when Comrade Governor was speaking, he was more of a comrade today than a politician, because certainly one will tend to appreciate, and I tend to respect him the more. Having met him for the first time and listened to him, and I could see passion in what he was saying. Now the question is, who will bail the cat? It's not just simple to sit down and advocate policies, say we will do this, if we do that. Who will do it? There was this story of who will bail the cat. A cat was coming to poke on the rat, and they had a meeting and decided how do they get it. Then they decided to put a bell on the tail of the cat, so that when it is coming, they will hear the noise and they will go into their holes. Now the question is, who will go and bail the cat? Who will put the bell? Yes, we sit down and make policies, we sit down and talk. As she has said, one is tired of listening to this kind of policies, sit down, we talk. For now, who will walk the talk? Yes, people are advocating for textile council. Yes, let there be textile council. So what? What will be the function of textile council? Advocate policies? Who will advocate? Who will implement the policies? This is a $1 million question. So long as there is no political will in the leadership to properly implement what is being advocated, then certainly we will continue to move in the vicious cycle. And I believe it's not going to help ourselves. A population of over 2 million people cannot clothe itself. Then if the whole of textile industries in Nigeria as of today are to be operated at 100% capacity, they cannot produce handkerchief for each Nigerian. How big is handkerchief? So certainly our market is, the potentiality is too much. The government is neglecting. These are 4 billion that is being quoted for importation of material. These are the ones that are being documented. How much money is being lost to smuggling? How much money is being lost? The problems have been said. Now the question is, who will do it? We just pray that a serious government will come that will certainly put this into action. Because so long as in some other countries of the world, you go to India, there's a Ministry of Textile. Not only Textile Council, there's a Ministry of Textile with a whole minister dedicated to nothing but textile industries. And they're making it. So here, so long as we continue to talk, I believe, I will pray that something good will come out of it. And to this effect, I believe this kind of paper, gathering and lecture series, certainly it will go on pricking the conscience of those that have the responsibility to do the right thing. And I pray next time we meet for the 2nd anniversary, some positive reports will be put forward instead of we'll come here and start lamenting again. Thank you, sir.
I mean, but quickly, you see, in India, we have a Ministry of Petroleum here, but we import petroleum and export petroleum products and export petroleum. Well, we have a minister and Minister of State for Petroleum. So it's not a matter of the... We are coming to discussion. Now, just finally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finally, I just want to talk about AGOA. I don't know how many of you know about AGOA, the African Opportunity Growth Act, that was signed into law during Bill Clinton. And Nigeria has not benefited because of what I've been talking about, lack of good political will. Because this is something that we should have benefited. It will create job opportunity. It will create wealth. Because what is AGOA? Is exporting duty-free to America. And then you train people. The Export Promotion Council started something at the AGOA Center in Lagos for some time. And you know, they kept on extending the AGOA. But right now, it's been extended as well to 2025, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But what are we doing about it? Come on, Lesotho, Mauritania, Ghana, some of our designers used to even go to Ghana because they are doing the AGOA thing. So I think we should key into CTG, you know, should key into this AGOA thing because I think it will create, and also the SDGs. I'm an advocate of the development goals. And we know there are 17 goals to meet it up by 2030. And goal 7 and 8 is talking about industrialization and a conducive working place. So I agree with what Comrade said. All the presidential candidates, I think you should engage them. What do they have on the table to revive? Because we read a radical change. What do they have to do when they get there? And I think not just with mouth, they have to sign it so we can use it against them tomorrow. So thank you very much.
You want to reply? 1 minute. Yes.
Ajabati has spoken about the AGOA. That's African Growth and Opportunity Act in America. So what is happening is that it's because of our high production costs, we cannot compete. So even if our people go to America, the price of our products are higher due to high cost of production. That's why Nigeria has not benefited on this, even though we have zero duty to America. Yes, number one, we have gone through that. We have gone through that through active. So Nigerian problem is also about freight charges. We have to go through Indian Ocean, from Indian Ocean to Pacific Ocean. Asia is just going straight to Pacific Ocean. So they are enjoying it more. And South Africa, there is Indian Ocean. This Lesotho and other Southern African countries are enjoying it because it's closer to the Pacific Ocean. And there are countries in North Africa and East Africa that are closer to the Pacific. That's why we are not enjoying anything because of high cost of production and high cost of transportation. And that makes it not easy to access American market, even though it's meant for us. During Obama created this for Africans. But we cannot benefit, even most of West Africa, because of freight charges from Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean to Pacific Ocean. So those are the key issues.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Hello.
Take this
Hello.
Hello. Can you bring that up?
Hello. Okay, first of all, let me congratulate the organizers of the Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation. I think the thinking that went into this foundation is very deep, and it will help the country. Okay, my name is Ogene Ego. I'm a member of the National Assembly, and I'm honored to be around. I saw Prof say something. He said, we've talked about a lot of issues, but who will bear the cat? And that is the issue that we have. When His Excellency was speaking in his lecture, he said at the time, Kaduna was employing about 30,000 workers. An industry that employs 30,000 workers is a huge industry. And yet, the place crumbled. Why did it crumble? It's because industry have not learned how to interface with government. If a place that employs 30,000 workers, you have enough workers, there's enough strength, enough economic strength, and enough knowledge and enough reach to be able to reach government. Why would they not lobby government hard enough for them not to allow 4,000 vehicles carrying Tesla to dump them in Nigeria, without government promising them that we'll do some subsidy for you? The problem we're having is we've spoken so much here. When we go back, nothing happens. And that is where who will bear the cat comes in. Industry needs to learn how to engage government. Where budget is being done, we must engage the federal government, engage Ministry of Finance, industry where budget is being done, so that if there's something that will be beneficial to industry, creating employment and moving forward, it can be included in the budget. If it doesn't happen from the government level, then you go to the National Assembly, because National Assembly appropriates. If you get well enough with the Speaker and the Senate President, and you make your case enough, the Appropriation Committee in National Assembly can appropriate a heavy amount of money if they feel that it's going to be the interest of the government for a particular thing. And then, if the presidency does not accept it, the executive arm of government does not, there will be a statement. But somehow at the end of it, industry will get something. We look at electricity. We produce less than 4,000 megawatts. Just enough to run a few Tesla mills in countries like India. Every year we talk about it. We talk about it. If the industrial sector, with the strength they have, the Dangotes of this world, maybe when Achimugu was still alive, the Achimugus of this world, if they come together, because Dangote bought into Tesla industry, and they come to the government and say, electricity is our biggest problem. We've looked at your budget. Look at what you have done. We need to strengthen the line to be able to take electricity, or we need to build more plants or do this. I can assure you that government will listen. Well, we are privileged here to have His Excellency here, who I know is close enough to a presidential candidate. If he's lucky to come in, some of these things that we are talking about that government needs to do for that industry to be revived, one only hope that we will be able to push them through because it's close enough. There are a lot of people who are in the industry and they bring the government. They know what the problems are, the private sector. They don't do anything. So what I'm saying is that while this Achimugu Foundation is on, as we talk about the things to be done, also find a way to do a research on how they can also lobby government. Lobby government does not mean throwing money, no. But it's making case to government strong enough. But private sector they do only their work. They don't bother to make a strong case to government to say, government, if you do it this way, this is the benefit that will happen. And like I said, government is the executive arm, but there are sometimes you can also engage the legislative arm also. Because if you don't do this, we probably may come here another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years to keep talking about these things. And at the end of the day, results are not achieved. So that's where the issue of who will bear the cat. We need people to bear the cat. And I think the private sector and those who love the private sector, who love to ensure that there's employment, can come together and find a way at any time to lobby government. And I think that industry can aggregate their strength to go to the presidency, go to the minister to say, look, this new budget you are doing, make social provision for society that can help private sector. Until we do that, it may be very difficult for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Very quickly, is it Honorable or Distinguished? It's National Assembly. It's one of the two. Okay, but you see, some of the things to quickly respond to this is two ways. It's mutual. It's not the industry alone, because you are there for the people. Because we have said that there is no politics of ideology again or manifesto in this country. Nobody is saying this is what I'm going to do. I'm just like the Commonwealth governor said, nobody is saying anything. People can make general statements, 100 million jobs. How? How? So they should tell us in their manifesto, and that will hold them to account based on that. You people in politics say you said this, and we're holding you to account. But you see, there is no manifesto, there is no ideology, there is nothing. Two, you are in politics, the social aspect of governance. That's why you are there, for the people. So what are you going there to do, and what are you actually legislating in the National Assembly is for the social aspect of governance of the people, also the economic governance, the political governance also. So what is your, must I come to you as my constituent, as your constituent, to say this and that? Because you know what I need in that constituency. Three, go to somewhere where things are done. Employment is a fundamental thing. If you cannot talk in UK, for instance, you can't win anything. Why did Boris Johnson lose? If you dig, you see it's connected to immigration and employment and so on and so forth, apart from the things that we are seeing on the surface. Any other advanced democracy, as they call it, is based on employment. If there is nothing, so what are you offering us for employment? Nothing. We have to go and lobby. Private sector has to lobby to get employment for the people. I agree with you. That's why it's mutual. Private sector need to do some lobby, and in some climes, lobbying is a professional thing by lawyers and others to go and lobby National Assembly, do a legislation for us to do this and that. But you also have a responsibility for the society and for the people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to respond to the point you made about labor laws. Actually, it's not labor laws. Our labor laws are okay. They said they're not like that. One of the things, and like you said, Isa has left. By the time I became more aware, more informed about the crisis confronting the textile industry, the UNTA group, United Nigerian Textiles, that had 8,000 in one location, they also own Nike Tex in Ikorodu, where they have 4,000. They also own the Futua Textile, where they have about 3,000. So in that group alone, they have almost 18 or 70,000 workers. They approached us. I was the general secretary of the union, and they said they want to start running 4 shifts instead of 3 shifts. They called that when I was, my remark earlier, I told you how I started working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now they wanted a situation where, and some other sections they were doing 3 a.m. to 3 p.m., no, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. That is 8 hours each, and they stop on Friday. It is not the law. As a union general secretary, part of my task was, as I understood it, to do my best to minimize the level of exploitation. So through collective agreement, not law, we reached agreement with the Textile Manufacturers Association, Textile Employers Association, that if you want workers to work on a public holiday, as they do elsewhere, you pay 300%. Otherwise, they are not obliged to work on a public holiday. If you want them to work on Sunday, you pay 200%. It's not in the law. It's in the collective agreement. And when we get that signed, we announce it to the worker. They celebrate us. And that's why I keep getting promoted until I became general secretary. So for me, I was doing well. And then they now said, look, comrade, we want to be working 7 days a week. Not the 40-day means you work 8 hours Monday to Friday. But in truth, it's even less than 40. Because as I became more aware and I do proper calculations, if you do 8 hours a day,
and you have 1 hour break, within that 8 hours, you actually do 7 hours.
Yeah.
And so 7 hours times 5, you are doing 35 hours a week. At that same time, Japan, that had introduced robotics and computerized their textile sector to retain a share of the textile market, the Japanese workers enjoy doing 17 hours a week. And they have 14 days holiday, and they may up to just do 7 days. Whereas we have agreement that says first year you have 21 working days, and you get to a certain level, you get 30 working days. 30 working days is almost 40 calendar days. And when you add our May Day, our Christian holiday, Muslim holiday, all the other holidays, only God knows how we are surviving. So they then said to me, they want to stop these holidays. They want us to be working Saturday and Sunday. But then they will employ 25% more workers. But then you can only have off on a given day of the week. Your off day could be Monday, it could be Tuesday, it could be Wednesday. But the idea that the company shut down Saturday and Sunday, because the machines are designed to operate non-stop. We were not convinced, so they sent me to Hong Kong. I drove to Guangzhou, which is now one of the biggest cities in China, and I visited textile factories. And what I saw, I thought the Chinese were stupid. This was around 1986. I visited this factory. They have a dormitory by the side of the factory where the workers live. And mine was to see for myself the Chinese attitude to work, their hours of work, compared to what we're doing in Nigeria. And I interrogated the manager. I had a discussion with him. The first question I asked him, I want to meet with the union leader, not the MD, not the personnel manager. And the man said, union leader, I'm the union leader. I said, oh, you are the MD. He said, no, see, what do unions do? Unions listen to employees complain, and then on behalf of the employee, they come to the management to process their grievances. Is that what they do? I say yes. And the management decide either to amend, adjust, or insist on their position. I say yes. No problem. So they don't need that. They don't need unions. What they need is what it provides. Any worker here who has complaint comes to him, and he will listen. He will give a solution. If the worker is happy, he takes. If you don't happy, the door is open. So first, people like me are not supposed to exist. But the truth is, in China, we don't have independent trade unions. That is a fact. The second, I asked the manager, as an example, and this will address you, my sister. I said, what about certain social provisions like maternity leave? In Nigeria, the law provides for 3 months, and I think later now amended for the subsequent 3 months, you can close 1 hour earlier or so, or 2 hours earlier. So I asked the manager, what about female employees, maternity leave? Say, what maternity? I said, if they are pregnant, oh, Mr. Adams, there is no room for temptation. Because the girls live in female hostel, the boys live in male hostel. They have no time for temptation. And so the issue of maternity does not arise. If during the Chinese year you are out and you get involved, it's your headache. You don't work, no pay. If you are sick, it's your body. Now, it's difficult for Nigeria to reverse to that. But the one I tried to change, just to agree with you, was the idea of 4 shifts. I realized that it will take more workers. The machine will work several days. Because common sense, if the rest of the world is working several days in China, in India, in Bangladesh, and we are doing Monday to Friday with 1 hour break, obviously we can't compete, even if all other things were equal. So we called the workers meeting and said, we need to revise our working hours. Too late. this is their gain they carry versus. I used to tell Lisa that what we celebrated as gain turned out to be. And what was my argument? That on Saturdays we have social functions, weddings, all sort of things. But for the unemployed, how many weddings can you attend? But for the last speaker, sir, the member of the National Assembly, I think the chairman should press him more, whether it's of the Senate or House of Rep, or he works there. So I'm not sure, because somehow he said member. All right. I was thinking you don't live in Nigeria, with due respect. Government in Nigeria is extremely arrogant, both the executive and the legislature. Government attitude to business is that they are doing business a favor. They do not understand that the primary purpose of government is to be an enabler for citizens to live their life and provide protection and create level playing field to enable the ordinary citizen compete with other citizens in other countries. So to say that they don't talk to industries, look, as a union leader, I told you here that one of the things I did as president of NLC was to escort late Chief Achimugu to meet with President Obasanjo. I said so. And I told President Obasanjo, please listen to Chief Achimugu, because if I was still in the textile industry, if I hadn't become the president of the NLC, I would have been unemployed. And I told you, he jokingly dismissed it by saying that would have been good news for him, because the trouble I'm causing him now, he wouldn't be having it. So why did Chief Achimugu went to see Obasanjo? That is after the Textile Manufacturers Association has had meetings with the Minister of Industry, meetings with the Minister of Finance with regard to tariffs, meetings with CBN authority with regard to interest rate, and because you don't get a response, either Baba listens to you, follow me. I have a personal relationship with Obasanjo. I'm a member of PDP. That is in there. That was how I follow him now to the ultimate position. And he told President Obasanjo, the loans we took in dollars, with this endless devaluation now, we can't pay in Naira. When you convert to Naira, you are in trouble. At the time of borrowing, the exchange rate was X. And the attraction is the interest rate that is about 3-4%. Now, the Naira will be devalued more than 100%. And so, he can't pay, and other employers who have such loans can't pay. So, Baba Obasanjo, do something. And he did nothing. What more do you want him to do there? There are sitting, no, wait, I'm not. See, that is the problem. It's not about me. I told you, I am very privileged. I have signed death warrant. So I have exercised power within my jurisdiction. The point I'm making is that don't say industries are not, they don't know how to lobby. And that's why you were right. Because you have to be lobbied because you are KBC, you are doing them a favor. You are not. In fact, what I said Labour should be doing, I told them should have invited the NSC. Why were people looking when the textile industry is closed? We can put the question to the National Parliament. Those senators are reps from Kaduna State. When they hear people were being laid off, was there a motion of urgent national importance on the floor of the National Assembly? Even on security, until they want to capture you in Abuja before you invited the service chiefs, because now even senators are in trouble. Let's not say so. I'm not pleading exemption. Yeah. I'm not pleading exemption. But I can tell you that as a governor, I told you what I said to different presidents. Because there was a day I told them at Istanbul, you may not like my face. But the good news is you don't need to like my face. But you have to listen. If you talk to Boa, just to give you an example, I went to Edo and found that industries that were producing cement are now importing and using the cement factories to rebag. And I issued a statement. I said, no, this can't happen. The dead president, I like to call names. It's not too nice to do so, but so I don't make things you can't verify.
He put a call to me and said, I did a press conference and I said, I'm going to revoke the privatization of Edo Cement. And he phoned me and said, no, comrade, that is very sensitive. So. And I said, to Your Excellency, Adams Oshomole as a governor is a fanatic when it comes to employment. My primary purpose of seeking governance is to bring joy, prosperity, employment to people. Like I said, if Sadana did not set up textile company, will I get a job in Kaduna? If I didn't get a job in the Kaduna, will I be a union leader? No way. There are two routes to power. Either that your father has money, or uncle or cousin has sponsored you, or you acquire name and reputation. In my own case, my route to politics was reputation that I acquired as president of Nigerian Labour Congress over those series of strikes, questioning why we should be doing some of the things we were doing. I went to Hong Kong as president of the NLC to organize protests, to join in national protests against WTO policies that seek to turn our countries to dumping ground, against agreements signed by Nigerian ministers. And they talk about Africa centerpiece of which Africa? If the lion does not exist, I mean the elephant does not exist, can he protect the other one? Meanwhile, the elephant is dying, he's unable to get up, how can he dominate his forest? So, never say that. Textile employer, short of doing what we do, carry placard and be saying Obasanjo must go. They did more than that. Not too late to Obasanjo. Okay, Obasanjo was the first civilian president. But before then, when this man signed, I think it was Ani, or that Abacha, who signed the first agreement? Even that military dictatorship, we decree 2. Or that way you can be detained without reason. We organize protests. Government is arrogant and deaf. Sir, do you know how I know I look? We had this economic summit group, and he was shocked to see me arguing against ministers of finance who insist on excise duty. I'm sure some of you will remember excise duty. Before it was abolished, some of us have to abuse those ministers to their face. And say, you put custom officers in a factory to measure how much the company produces so that you collect taxes from it. So you are punishing production. You tax people for daring to produce at home, while smugglers have free hand. And you find excuse by saying our porous borders. But your industries are not porous. You put custom people there. I say, let the employers steal their money. It makes more sense than you are policing them, restricting their production, and imposing huge levies on them. A lot has been done. Government is arrogant. I told you, as a city governor, and that's why I wanted to hear from Madam, so that I will be a governor again, but I still have access to some governors. What is it that I should have done differently? I told you, as a city governor, I told President Jonathan, and even Vice President Atiku Abubakar will bear me out. I wrote a letter to President Obasanjo threatening to resign as a member of National Council on Privatization, where Mala El-Rufai was the Director General, where they give anticipatory approval to sell companies to people who are not competent to do it, including this P&T. I still don't know what happened to it now. I said, pardon? 90. See, some of us, even if I am Secretary General of United Nations, God will give me the will to talk, but I know that it may not change, but you have to sustain the fight. And the point you made that we should continue the struggle is right. Government is deaf. When you convince the president, in fairness, this president, he gradually says you make the point, he takes his note, he agrees with you, he believes in what he has agreed with you. Contrary to public impression, he is very troubled about the gap between what he wants to do, what he has directed that should be done, and what some minister will choose to do. as chairman of APC, I said to ministers in their presence, I said, sir, no minister should travel more than twice in a year, unless you are foreign affairs minister. It's only Nigeria that ministers are on every delegation to all sorts of places, ministry abroad, and we are the minister at home. As chairman of APC, I said so. And one of the ministers said, Mr. President, before you agree on that, please, we need to explain. There are some important meetings. As well. I said, we do too many meetings. We are elected to make Nigeria work. Everybody is a foreign minister in Nigeria. And then the only thing you have to be careful, and I will conclude here. Other countries may have University of Textiles or Commission for Textiles. Please don't ask for more overhead. You just give more money, more opportunity to politicians. VC, sir. I guess before you become VC, even as a VC, you are still at least a notional member of ASU. You know, ASU fought under Jega for the creation of, for employers to contribute 2% of their gross earnings to support tertiary education because they are the beneficiaries of the product. It took protests, series of letters, agitations before that law was virtually passed, which now led to the creation of TED Fund. Today, okay, let me conclude. Just to say that, today that TED Fund you created is there, but I don't know how much say the academic staff members have, but it's a huge place for patronage for political people. So I'm not accepting myself, but this is our country. If we hide it, we know it is there. But I just want to say that who will bear the cart, we must keep talking. Although it may sound boring, it may sound like broken record, but for as long as the child is hungry, he must keep crying. Even if the crying doesn't stop the hunger, he might just keep the mother awake.
Thank you very much.
Professor, the chairman, I, as an elder in the north, as well as in Nigeria, as he said, our government is arrogant. I will add, our government are thieves. That's the bottom line. We don't appoint most of these people. I grew up with Babangida, Buhari, Abacha, and all Sardauna's time we are young in Kaduna. You know, so I'm fully involved with these people. And I was the managing director of Nigerian Airways, 91, president of the African Airlines. I've flown most of them all over the world. I flew presidents for 11 years. So I am from Gowon up to Buhari. We just parted 2 months. Once they are presidents, I go back. But we have discussed. As His Excellency said, Buhari is somebody I'm still surprised because he said they are arrogant. But our leaders, I've lived with all of them, they are not the bad people, it's me and you. We are the crooks that allow them because we are more crooked than them. The secretary to the government, Idris Gidado, told me, Ibrahim, you are pitying these poor people, but they'll finish one bag of rice like rats. One bag of rice like rats. And I got a message. Because all the time we meet with all these, I call them big thieves, in Abuja, with IG Gambo, Idris Gidado, and all the senators, big men. We allow them because we refuse to be involved with the politics, and politics is a different game. If you don't want to play politics and they choose themselves and govern you the way they want, who are you to complain? Professors, professionals, who are we to complain? Captains of industry. He rightly said, and His Excellency changed the story. Presidential system is lobbying. But then you must have to put the right people. In Kaduna, we have this textile industry. The people represented us in the Senate and House of Assembly, who appointed them? We did. Or we didn't care how they were appointed. So it's me and you the problem. And the aviation industry, who's I'm their grandfather, is the same story. All the other industries are the same. So the only way is to change them, because we can't make it. And that's why I said, Achimugu, the junior, you have done something that has touched all of us. And I hope all the other industries will do the same. Let our children do this job. And please, next time, invite all the young boys, 30, 40 down. Invite them and hear you with the brains talk. And invite Oshimole, His Excellency, to give. Because I can't believe that it's somebody like him in the system. And maybe that's why they remove him as chairman. Or you can't fit him, because I've been watching him since labor. His activities, very intelligent, articulate. But when he entered government, as usual, he got neutralized. You know? So please, the little as an elder, I can't do anything now, I'm 76. But I can advise you, please. Next time, get the younger generation and talk to them. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable, just please.
1 minute.
Honorable, just
very
1 minute.
Now, very brief, Prof. What I'm saying,
yes,
is that there should be an interface between the industry and government.
Yes.
Now, the government His Excellency was elected. It was close enough to see presidency, everybody. But I'm not sure it was able to make any difference in the problem of the textile industries. So what I'm saying, instead of we just assuming, oh, we elected the president, we elected the senators and House of Rep to represent us, and yet they are not doing the right thing. You must interface. If you read the history of America, people like Carnegie, people like Rockefeller, at their time, they always gather together to lobby government to say, government, this thing must be done this way. Because if you sit down, you have invested billions, hundreds of thousands of workers have been sacked, and you see down that these people are to do their, and they are not doing it. The duty of industry is to come together. If industry thinks their own is just to produce, and you leave the politician alone, one day they will close that like all the textile industries. So I'm not saying that they should go and bribe, but they must talk to government people, because sometimes when people are in government, they tend to forget the pressure of the office, they tend to forget the most basic things. So there's nothing wrong. A body like this, you do a roadmap and say, okay, what can we do to help the textile industry to come back? All of it, there must be lobby, even as we speak today. Industries in America, they are always pushing the presidency, pushing the Senate, pushing the House of Rep there, the Congress. You must do this, you must do this. You don't rest. You don't wait for them, oh, I'll put you there, therefore, do the right thing. If they don't do the right thing, what do you do? Like in Nigeria, they are not doing the right thing. They are not. We have people who have worked various industries, they become governors, senators, some have even gone to become vice president. But you find out that they are not making any difference. So we are all suffering it. And I want to say that until industries rise up, team up together, and use their strength to lobby government for the right thing to be done, it will be difficult for the industries to make the kind of gain they want, and it will be difficult for them to provide the kind of employment that they want. We want to support them. But when these policies are being written, nobody remembers. But if there's pressure coming out, oh yes, so-so industries have lost so thousands of workers, they can employ so-so. You find out that the decisions will be better. So let us talk about problems. Let's talk about solutions. And that's where I believe you that we need somebody to bear the cat. We should all combine. The industry, everybody, we should combine to bear the cat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much. Yes, I think, please, we can talk off the stage. I think the day is fast spent, and I think we have had some very useful discussions. I hope we have all taken notes. I've taken a few. I think will be relevant to us. I think the major things there, one is energy. to the whole value chain of the textile industry, yes. Yes, the establishment of a council, I think these are the major takeaways. Energy, council, value chain. Now, sorry? Well, well, that is government policy. I think it's something else. I agree with the Honorable. I think we need to come together. Like I said, it's mutual. You have things to do, we have things to do. The industry has things to do. In fact, even private citizens. What I have not seen is, for instance, professors, the comrade, yes, it's challenging us. Have we seen any bill from any professor, from any university to say this, supported by ASU or any other union? I think we are also lagging that responsibility. No bill from any professor to say this, even if it doesn't see the light of the day in the end. But an attempt should be made. If you don't miss one, you can get some other time. So I think it's a collective responsibility. And finally, yes, the young persons, somebody make, in fact, I've seen a forum. It's the young persons that actually sit at this, not 60 plus, 50, 60 plus, because it's their own time and they are modern. They can see better into the future. For instance, we say, what do you think ICTs will be in the next century? Many of us may not be able to predict, but they may be able to predict. And that will be their own time. So even if there will be a panel of senior people, there should be another panel of younger people to hear from them, or a mixture of the two. So that you hear, it's very useful. We do it in the university, and sometimes when you live with an entirely different perspective when you listen to them. So I think we should take note of that when next we organize this lecture. Either we have a panel of young people or we mix together, 50-50. On that note, I wish to thank most sincerely the organizers for giving this task. The panelists, Mr. Kojafa, I like passion for the textile industry. We all have that passion. It's our country, as the Comrade Governor said, and we have to be concerned. Captain Jonathan Ibrahim. So I have heard so much about you. I'm meeting you for the first time today. My son is a pilot. Yes, so thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please, before you leave, I'll just invite some of our guests here to join you up here for a very quick photograph session. But can we please appreciate every single one of them, especially the moderator, for those wonderful thoughts that we've all listened to. So I would like to make welcome the convener and president of the Paul and Mary Achimugu Foundation. Please let's appreciate Chief Anibe Achimugu as he goes up. Also, His Excellency, the one-time Governor of Edo State, Comrade Adams Aliu Oshomole. Please join them as well. I also would like to, okay, he's already heading there, the representative of His Excellency Governor Konkoso, and also the representative of the Ata Igala, Dr. Onucheyo. After this, we'll just take the vote of thanks, and then the closing prayers, and then we'll wrap up. Thank you very much.
The desire of every human being is to be remembered.
So to our panelists, our buffet tables are outside. So after the closing prayers, please kindly make your way there. Thank you very much. Well, sir, let's have the vote of thanks now, which will be delivered by Professor Daladi Abdullahi from the Department of Polymer and Textile Engineering at ABU Zaria. Please do not leave yet. Kindly settle on your seats. We're about wrapping up. Please do not leave yet. Do not leave.
Well, we want to thank the Almighty Allah for giving us the opportunity to gather here and have this fruitful discussion. We also want to thank all our dignitaries that have answered the call. Yes, a number of people, a number of groups, NLC, Nigerian Textile Manufacturers Association, all political parties, all the major aspirants of the political parties have been invited, but for one reason or the other, only few have turned up. So we want to use this opportunity to thank all those that have found their way here. And as a way of closing remark, I believe the day has been fruitful. A lot has been said. Intellectuals and professionals have rubbed their minds. And I believe at the end of the day, a communique or major highlight of the gathering will be put together. And then proper committee or follow-up for action will be done. And we want to thank, indeed, it is the wish of every father to have a child that will leave his legacy. So, Paul Achimugu has done his part, has gone, but we want to assure him that Chief Anibe is equal to the task and he's already on it. So we want to commend him for this, and we pray that God will spare our lives such that next year and more years to come, we will continue together and make progress on the fate of textile industries. At the end of the day, one time, history will document that the PMA Foundation has played a great role in the revival of the textile industries in Nigeria. With these few words, I would want to say thank you once again. We pray that God will take us back safely to our destinations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, while we're all standing, can we just have the national anthem before we leave, please, in honor of our country? We'll just sing the second stanza. God bless you and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On behalf of the organizers, my colleague, Mr. Richard Mark Abraham, and my humble self, Jonathan Ame, will say thank you all for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.